Wooing His Valentine by Jean Blewett, sung for LibriVox.org by Ezwa in Belgium in August 2017. If I could speak in phrases fine, full sweet the words that I would say, to woo you for my Valentine upon this February day. But when I strive to tell you all the charms I see in your dear face, a dumbness on me seems to fall. Oh, sweetheart, let me crave your grace. I fain would say your eyes of blue like violets to me appear, shy blossoms filled with heaven's dew that throw their sweetness far and near. How tender are your lips of red, how like a rose each velvet cheek, how bright the gold upon your head. All this I'd say if I could speak. How warm your blushes come and go, oh, how maidenly your air and mien, how pure the glances you bestow, will be my Valentine, O Queen. The angels walking at your side, methinks have lent their charms to you, for in the world so big and wide, there is not one so good and true. If I had but the gift of speech, your beauty and your grace to prove, then might I find a way to reach your heart and all its wealth of love. Then, sweetheart, take the good intent. Truth has no need of phrases fine. Repay what long ago I lent, and be today my Valentine. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Jealous, Sweetheart by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. A step on the walk she's waiting to hear, waiting, waiting. There's a frown on her face, pouting, 'tis clear. Ah, someone is late in coming, I fear. All lovers are very fickle, my dear. Waiting, waiting. Only last week he was praising up Nell, praising, praising, saying her voice was clear as a bell, thinking her fairer, and who is to tell all that he said as they walked through the dell, praising, praising. Perhaps he is with her this summer night. Who knows, who knows? Perhaps he is holding her hand so white. Perhaps he is watching her eyes so bright. Perhaps he is wooing with all his might. Who knows, who knows? Perhaps he is saying, I love you best. Who cares, who cares? No need to carry a weight on one's breast. No need to worry and lose one's rest. Life is a comedy, love is a jest. Who cares, who cares? What if he has quite forgotten to keep old ways, old ways? There's a path where the silver moonbeams creep, and the tangled flowers have fallen asleep, and the dew is heavy, the clover deep. Old ways, old ways. He's not coming tonight, no need to wait. Ah me, ah me. Hark, the clock is chiming the hour of 8, and once on a time he railed at the fate that kept him, if only a half hour late. ah me, ah me. But who comes here with a swinging stride? Ho, 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 ho. Turns she away in her pique and pride? Turns she away till he says at her side, There's but one for me in the world so wide, Ho, 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 ho. Now in the blossoms the beaded dew slips, Sweetheart, sweetheart, Someone is kissing two tremulous lips, And there lingers no sign of the past eclipse. Down in the clover a drowsy bee sips, Sweetheart, sweetheart. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Day Neil Rode to Mill by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. MacLeod of Dare called his son to him. MacLeod of Dare looked morose and grim, For he was sending on mission grave This son of his, both handsome and brave, And trembled thinking, what if he make In his heedless youth a grave mistake? 'Twas not for country, nor for the king, Nay, 'twas a much more important thing Than the church, or state, than feud or strife, The mission was to search out a wife. And young Neil listened with scanty grace, A look of impatience on his face, While the old man told him where to go, Told him what to say, and what to do. On the morrow ye'll gang a stay Wi' your rich auld uncle, Allan Gray. He'll gie ye the welcome o' a son, Ye'll marry the daughter, there's but one. She's worth the winnin', for in her hand She haud's the deed o' all o' his land. She's no weel favored, a homely maid, But guid and proper, grave and staid. But why should I wed a woman plain? You didn't yourself. MacLeod was vain. He smiled well pleased, and said, True, Neil, true, But I was handsomer far nor you. Just court the maiden, and never mind A squint or freckle, since love is blind, Or ought to be in a case like this, For 'tis na chance I'd hae ye miss. She's na a braw as her cousin Kate, But 'tis wi' Janet I'd hae ye mate, For Kate, puir lassie, she has na land, Her face is her fortune, understand. She lives wi' Janet, who loves her much, And fond o' pictures, and books, and such. Gie her good day when you chance to meet, But mind an' your cousin Janet greet, Wi' warmer words and a gallant air, Go win ye a wife, and a world o' care. Neil listened closest to what was said Of Kate, the penniless, pretty maid, And when at length he came to the place, 'Twas Kate that in his eyes found grace. While Janet viewed him with conscious pride, As one who would some day be his bride, He stopped with them for many a day, A favourite he of old Allan Gray. They walked together over the hill, And through the valley, solemn and still. The old man showed him acres wide That would go with Janet as a bride, Then spoke of the cousin, poor but fair, The blue of her eyes, her golden hair. She hae no flocks and she hae no land, She hae no plenishin' rich and grand, But gin she stood in her scanty dress, What man o' metal would love her less? The youth's heart warmed to the logic old, Oh, what worth was land, what worth was gold, what worth anything under the skies, save the lovelight in a lassie's eyes? Janet pestered him day after day. Did he walk out? Why, she went that way. Did he come in to rest him awhile? She was waiting with beaming smile. He never could get a step near Kate. Janet was there like the hand of fate. She was so cross-eyed that none could say whether or not she looked his way. But one day it chanced that, going to mill, he overtook Kate under the hill. Would she mount behind and ride along? Perhaps she would, there was nothing wrong. So he helped her up with trembling arm. Oh, surely the day is close and warm. Whoa, mare, go steady, no need for haste, when two soft arms are about his waist. Neil, shame on him, pressed her finger tips, then turned he about and pressed her lips. On the road the hawthorn blossom white scattered itself just in sheer delight. A bird was singing a tender rhyme of meadow mate and the nesting time. The hill looked beautiful in the glow that heaven flung on the world below. Ah me! If that ride could last a week, her gold hair blowing against his cheek, as they rode to mill, say the world wise, nay, rode in the lane of paradise. Travel that way, though your hair grows white, you never forget the journey quite. Next day Neil went to the old home place, and met his stern father face to face. Boldly enough he unfolded the tale, though maybe his cheek was sometimes pale. He would marry Kate, and her alone. He had tried to care for the other one, but she squinted so, her hair was red, and freckles over her face were spread. In all the world there was none for him but his Kate. Then laughed that old man grim. Your mither, lad, was a stubborn jade, a stubborn and handsome dark-eyed maid, and in a' our battles she always won. And Neil, you are just your mither's son. But I haven't a lived through a' my days, and just learnt nothing, heaven be praised. Hark now, a gad to your uncle's home, and bargain with him afore ye came, as saw your Kate and like to reel, a look o' your mither I could spell. In her bonny face a woman to win, by ony means that's short o' sin. Sae I tellt him to let Kate be the lassie pure and o' low degree, as sort ye to understand that Janet was owner o' the land. Why need I ye measle sic a task? Ye stiff-necked fellow ye needn't ask. Gin ye was coaxed, ye wouldn't move. You'd be too stubborn ta fa' in love. Like ye the Campbells ye hae your way, your mother had hers mony a day. 'Tis glad ye should be this day, my word. Tak time right now to thank the Lord. Your father's wisdom gae ye a bride, a plenty o' worldly gear besides. Ah, thankful enough was Neil that day, the joy leaped up in his eyes of grey, but not for his father's wisdom great, though maybe it had gotten him Kate. Not for the land, and not for the gold, not for the flocks that slept in the fold. Thank Heaven, he said with a glow and thrill, thank Heaven for the day I rode to the mill. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. At Joppa. by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Perchance the day was fair as this. The eastern world is full of glow, with warmer sun and bluer sky, and richer bloom than we can show. At Joppa quaint beside the sea, when Simon Peter went to pray, I wonder if he did not pause awhile to gaze on God's great book, to read on earth and sea and sky the smile divine, the tender look. For when the hour of vision's given, the two worlds touch, our earth and heaven. God teaches with a tenderness that we who follow him should learn. Hides not his glory when 'twill bliss eyes that look up and souls that yearn. He sent the vision fair to see, and spoke to Peter on that day. Sleeping, the voice fell on his ears. I hear the bold Peter say, divine, 'twill live and sound for evermore in this poor wayward heart of mine. What God has cleansed, so broad, so free, my narrow creed flees shamed away. Who would not be with Peter now? Blue heaven above and earth below, so near to God, so far away from sin and wretchedness and woe. Before his eyes, gone every doubt, the glory of the skies spread out. But hark! Men knock upon the door, and voices call, and not in vain, for Peter comes down to the earth, and takes his life work up again. Down from the fullness to the need, from God to man, a change indeed. We fain would on the housetop be, we fain would hold communion sweet, but looking up we never heed the work unfinished at our feet. God give to us, we humbly ask, strength for the vision and the task. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The World is Growing Old by Jean Blewett, sung for LibriVox.org by Ezwa in Belgium in August 2017. I am so weary, master dear, so very weary of the road that I have travelled year by year, bearing along life's heavy load. It is so long, it is so steep, this highway leading to the skies, and shadows now begin to creep, and sleep lies heavy on my eyes. I am so weary, master dear, so very weary of the road. I pray I may be very near that snow-white city built of God, where pain and heartache have not strayed, where naught is known but peace and rest, where thy dear hands have ready made a place for in the humblest guest. But come thou closer, master dear, my weakness makes me sore dismayed. Oh, let me whisper in thine ear, for I am troubled and afraid. What if my soul its way should miss between this and the world above, and never share the perfect bliss provided by thy tender love? But lo, he speaketh at my side, so close I feel his sheltering touch. Thou art my guest, can harm betide one cold of me, and known as such? Dear child, the journey is not long, thy heart need not to fear or shrink. An opening door, an angel's song, or heaven is nearer than you think. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
At Dawn by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. I cannot echo the old wish to die at morn as darkness strays. We have been glad together greeting some newborn and radiant days. The earth would hold me, every day familiar things would weigh me fast. The stir, the touch of morn, the bird that on swift wings goes flitting past. Some flower would lift to me its tender, tear-wet face and send its breath to whisper of the earth its beauty and its grace, and combat death. It would be light, and I would see in thy dear eyes the sorrow grow. Love, could I lift my own undimmed to paradise, and leave thee so? 1,000 cords would hold me down to this low sphere, when thou didst grieve. Ah, should death come upon morn's rosy breast, I fear I'd crave reprieve. But when her gold all spent, the sad day takes her flight, when shadows creep, then just to put my hand in thine and say good night, and fall asleep. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. She by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. A woman who knows how to droop her eyes before the world's bold gaze, and teach by silence just how near that world dare venture to her ways. A woman who knows how to lift her eyes to mine without dismay, for innocence is might, and say that wrong is wrong alway, that right and truth are best alway. Eyes heaven lit and clear tonight, I'll take, if for my own I may, the creed you hold, the right. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Two Marys by Jean Blewett, sung for LibriVox.org by Ezwa in Belgium in August 2017. They journey sadly, slowly on, the day has scarce begun. Above the hills, the rose of dawn is heralding the sun, while down in still Gethsemane the shadows have not moved. They go by loss oppressed to see the grave of one they loved. The eyes of Mary Magdalene with heavy grief are filled, the tender eyes that oft have seen the strife of passion stilled, and nevermore that tender voice will whisper, God forgives. How can the earth at dawn rejoice, since he no longer lives? Oh, hours that were so full and sweet, so free from doubts and fears, when kneeling lowly at his feet, she washed them with her tears. With head low bowed upon her breast, the other Mary goes. He sleeps, she says, and takes his rest, untroubled by our woes. and spices rare their hands do hold, for him the loved and lost. And Magdalene by love made bold, doth maybe bring the most. It is not needed, see the stone no longer keeps its place, and on it sits a radiant one, a light upon his face. He is not here, come near and look with thine own doubting eyes. Where once he lay, the earth is shook, and Jesus did arise. And now they turn to go away, slow stepping hand in hand. 'Twas something wondrous he did say, if they could understand. The sun is flooding vale and hill, blue shines the sky above. All hail, O voice that wakes a thrill, familiar, full of love. From darkest night to brightest day, from deep despair to bliss, they to the Master run straightway, and kneel his feet to kiss. Oh, love that made him come to save, to hang on Calvary. Oh, mighty love that from the grave did lift and set him free. Sing, Mary Magdalene, sing forth, with voice so sweet and strong. Sing till it thrills through all the earth, the resurrection song. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Mother's Lecture by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. There's nothing, did you say, Reuben? There's nothing, nothing at all. There's nothing to thank the Lord for, this disappointing fall. For the frost it cut your corn down, right when 'twas looking best, and then took half the garden, the drought took all the rest. The wheat was light as light could be, not half a proper crop. Then the fire burned your fences, and burned till it had to stop. The cows were poor because the grass withered all up in the heat, and cows are things that won't keep fat unless they have plenty to eat. Suppose the frost did take the corn, and the cattle are not fat. Another harvest is coming. You might thank the Lord for that. The fire that burned your fences down, and laid your haystacks flat, left the old house above your head. You might thank the Lord for that. You've lost from field and barn and fold. You've that word loss very pat. But you've lost nothing from the home. You might thank the Lord for that. And here is your mother at your side, braiding a beautiful mat. I'm old, my boy, but with you yet. You might thank the Lord for that. Your wife is a good and patient soul, not given to worry or spat. Nice to see and pleasant to hear. You might thank the Lord for that. Here in the cradle at my side is something worth looking at. She came this disappointing year. You might thank the Lord for that. Your boy is calling out, Daddy, as hard as ever he can. There's lots of folks would thank the Lord for just such a bonny man. Ashamed of yourself, Reuben? Well, I'd rather thought you'd be. What, going to keep Thanksgiving In a manner good to see? To kill the biggest gobbler That's strutting round the farm, To give poor folks provisions And clothes to keep them warm. You're going to help and comfort Each sad old wight you find. You're feeling so rich and thankful, And heaven has been so kind. Ah, now, my own boy Reuben, I'm so glad we've had this chat. You're growing so like your father, You might thank the Lord for that. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Spring by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Oh, the frozen valley and frozen hill make a coffin wide and deep, And the dead river lies, all its laughter stilled within it, fast asleep. The trees that have played with the merry thing and freighted its breast with leaves, Give never a murmur or a sigh of woe, they are dead, no dead thing grieves. No carol of love from a songbird's throat, the world lies naked and still, For all things tender and all things sweet have been touched by the gruesome chill. Not a flower, a blue forget-me-not, a wild rose or jessamine soft, To lay its bloom on the dead river's lips that have kissed them all so oft. But look, a ladder is spanning the space 'twixt earth and the sky beyond, A ladder of gold for the maid of grace, the strong, the subtle, the fond. Spring, with the warmth of her footsteps light and the breeze and the fragrant breath, Is coming to press her radiant face to that which is cold in death. Spring, with a mantle made of the gold held close in a sunbeam's heart, Thrown over her shoulders, bonny and bare, see the sap in the great trees start. Where the hem of this flowing garment trails, see the glow, the color bright, A stirring and spreading of something fair, the dawn is chasing the night. Spring, with all love and all dear delights pulsing in every vein, The old earth knows her, and thrills her touch as she claims her own again. Spring, with the hyacinths filling her cap, and the violet seeds in her hair, With the crocus hiding its satin head in her bosom warm and fair. Spring, with its daffodils at her feet, and pansies abloom in her eyes. Spring, with enough of the god in herself to make the dead to arise. For see, as she bends o'er the coffin deep, the frozen valley and hill, The dead river stirs, ah, that lingering kiss is making its heart to thrill. And then as she the closer leans, it sips from its snowy shroud, Frightened a moment, then rushing away, calling and laughing aloud. The hill where she rested is all abloom, the wood is green as of old, And wakened birds are striving to send their songs to the gates of gold. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Reminiscences by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. There came a dash of snow last night, and 'fore I went to bed, I somehow got to thinking 'bout that old place, Kettle Tread. I'm silly 'bout that spot of earth, though why I can't surmise, For it has got me in more scrapes, and made me tell more lies, when me and you, and tailors' boys, were always in the spill, a stealing off from work to go a coasting down that hill. Do you recollect how we used to stand and holler out like sin, "Now one must pass that walnut stump afore the rest chips in"? And if one tumbled in the snow we only stopped to laugh, and all the help we ever gave was aggravating chaff. Zip, zip, the frost and snow a picking at our face, the wind just howling 'cause it knowed 'twas beat fair in the race. Good gracious, Jim, if I could stand a looking down that hill, a watching you boys tumblin' off and laughing at the spill, and then grab up my Noah's Ark, so clumsy and so wide, and pull the rope and hold her back, there let her go kerslide, and see that glazy piece of ice a spanning that old crick, and know I couldn't stop this slide if 'twas to save my neck. Now don't you get excited, Jim, 'cause I'm a talking so. That would be awful foolish. Gosh, just hear that north wind blow. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Ammiel's Gift by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. The city, girded by the mountains strong, still held the gold of sunset on its breast, when Ammiel, whose steps had journeyed long, stood at the gate with weariness oppressed. One came and stood beside him, called him son, asked him the reason of his heavy air, and why it was that, now the day was done, he entered not into the city fair. Answered he, Master, I did come to find a man called Jesus. It is said he steals the darkness from the eyeballs of the blind, the fever from the veins, even heals that wasting thing called sickness of the heart. His voice they say doth make the lame to leap, the evil, tearing spirits to depart. From Nain there comes a tale, doth make me weep, of one a widow walking by the bier of her dead son, and walking there alone, and murmuring, so that all who choose might hear, a widow, and he was my only one. This Jesus, meeting her, did not pass by, but stopped beside the mourner for a space. A wondrous light, they say, shone in his eye, a wondrous tenderness upon his face, and he did speak unto the dead, Young man, I say arise, these tears of mine will start. The youth arose, straight to his mother ran, who wept for joy and clasped him to her heart. Within me, master, such a longing grew, to look on him, perchance to speak his name. I started while the world was wet with dew, a gift for him. Ah, I have been to blame, for when a beggar held a lean hand out for aid, I laid in it, being moved, a goodly share of this same gift, and then a little maid, list she was hungry, in her eyes a prayer, I gave her all the fruit I plucked for him, his oil I gave to one who moaned with pain, his jar of wine to one whose sight waxed dim. O Master, I have journeyed here in vain. Within the city Jesus walks the street, or bids with friends, or in the temple stands. But shamed am I the Nazarene to meet, seeing I bring to him but empty hands. The sun had long since sunk behind the hills, the purple glory and the gleams of light had faded from the sky, the dusk that stills a busy world was deepening into night. Sun, look on me. The sweetness of the tone made Ammiel's heart begin to thrill and glow. Full well, he said, I know there is but one with simple words like these could move me so. Sun, look on me, and lifting up his eyes, he looked into Jesus' face, and knew 'twas he, knelt down and kissed his feet, and would not rise, because of love and deep humility. Up in the deep blue of the skies above were kindled all the watchfires of the night. The voice of Jesus, deep and filled with love, said, Come bide with me till the morning's light. At dawn my beggar asked not alms in vain. Since dawn have I been debtor unto thee. All day thy gifts within my heart have lain. Fruit, oil, and wine, come through my poor to me. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Robin by Jean Blewett, sung for LibriVox.org by Ezwa in Belgium in August 2017. There's not a leaf on the vine where you swing, and the wind is chill and the sky is grey, but all undaunted you flutter and sing, oh the 1st of May, oh the 1st of May. There's never a hint of yesterday's frost, of the hunger and cold and waiting long, never a plaint over what you have lost, thrown into the notes of your happy song. The gladness is pressed in your bosom red, and the gloss is laid on your little head. I thank you for singing, Robin, today, for flaunting before me, jolly and bold, chirping. Oh, how do you know it is May? Or are you so dull you have to be told? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Margot by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Now, Margot, Dinah flout me. O Dinah, be unkind. Mayhap to do without me a hardship you would find. Ye haud your head too high, lass. Ye haud your head too high. What if I wad pass by, lass, instead o' lingering nigh? Ye canna quite forget, dear, the sunny days o' yore. They haud our twa lives yet, dear, the days that are no more. When in the wide sea wide, dear, one lesson we could spell, when it was our pride, dear, to love each other well. When riches had na found ye, my maid o' tender face, before your pride had bound ye, and stolen a' your grace. 'Tis best that I should leave ye, cold are your eyes of blue, 'twas would be a sin to grieve ye, a love sae warm and true. Sae put your hand within mine, forget we can but try. Here's ane kiss for auld lang syne, and here's ane for goodbye. What is it that you say, dear? You will not let me go? Then ye maun bid me stay, dear, this much to me ye owe. 'Twas foolish things we were, dear, to dream that we could part. The blind might almost see, dear, your image in my heart. So haud me close and fast, dear, with arms so soft and white. A fig for quarrels past, dear, you are my ain tonight. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Dreamland by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. With an angel flower laden, every day a little maiden sails away from off my bosom on a radiant sea of bliss. I can see her drifting, drifting, hear the snowy wings uplifting, as he woos her into dreamland with a kiss. Blissful hour, my pretty sleeper, whispering with thy angel keeper, listening to the words he brings thee from a fairer world than this. Ah, thy heart he is beguiling, I can tell it by thy smiling, as he woos thee into dreamland with a kiss. Could there come to weary mortals such a glimpse through golden portals, would we not drift on forever toward that far off land of peace? Would we not leave joys and sorrows, glad to days and sad to morrows, for the sound of white wings lifting, for an angel's tender kiss? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Only a Picture by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Something to show me. Well, my lass, make haste, I have no time to idle. These bright spring hours they seem to pass like colts that fly from bit and bridle. A picture, well, if that is all, I can't, my child, don't look so sorry. I'll come and see, although I call the whole thing only waste and worry. But have your nonsense while you may, your brushes, paints, and long-haired master. They're pretty whims for you who see such beauty in a canvas plaster. What's in a picture? There's but one could win for me an hour's gazing. It comes sometimes when day is done and dusk falls on the cattle grazing. A big old house that fronts the sea, the sunlight falling on the gables. The wood, what's this? Why, can it be? Lass, you have neatly turned the tables. Know it? Know each blade and stalk, each sunny knoll, each shady cover. Why, every flower beside yon walk has had in me a faithful lover. Know it? See yonder worn old step, the open door, the bench beside it, the rose tree trained where it should creep. I almost see the hand that tied it. The sunny windows seem to throw on me a tender look of greeting, and in my heart awakens the glow of other days so glad and fleeting. The dear old faces, one by one, come out from shadows swiftly thronging. Dear picture of my boyhood's home, my eyes are dim with love and longing. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Her Boy by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. There's a looking glass, a hammer, some toys all broken up. There's pebbles, and glass, and sawdust, and Papa's shaving cup, a little cart with the wheels off, a horse that's lost an eye, a kitten tied to a chair leg that's looking scared and shy. Ah me, the busy mother sighs, I'm tired off my feet. I really wish he were grown up, so I could keep things neat. He catches her reproving eye, and is inclined for play, so dons his bonnet wrong and cries, "Bye, baby's going away." The mother holds her darling close, a culprit cute and small, for wild disorder reigning there, she does not care at all. But spendthrift with a mother's love puts kisses on his lips, and on the cheek so warm and red, on neck and finger tips. Perhaps she thinks of coming years, when in no childish play her boy shall bid her a good bye, her baby go away, to walk without her tender care, to shelter every move, to stand without his hand in hers, away from home and love. "I loves you bestest in the world," he lisps with pretty wiles. "Thank God he's but a baby yet," the mother says and smiles. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Indian Girl by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Now to the missionary's home there came one autumn day a girl born in the arms of one so haggard, worn, and gray. "White man," he said, "the fever burns my little sunbeam up. Naught ask I for myself, not bread nor water from a cup, but give to her some healing thing. I leave her in your care. Deal kindly with her, one harsh touch will bring revenge. Beware." Ere they could answer yea or nay, the old chief he had gone, had vanished in the gloom of night which came so swiftly on. They could not stay the hand of death, its touch was on her brow. "O bearer of the message true, here's one to listen now." The Indian maiden heard it all, and looked with wondering eyes. How sweet to her the story of life beyond the skies! Her eager throbbing heart drank in each precious promise given. An Indian girl, a child of God, heir to a throne in heaven! The joyful tears crept to her eyes, and down her dusky cheeks, and all aglow with love and joy, in her soft tongue she speaks. "Now I will tell my father, now I will tell him all, that I have heard of Jesus, who hears us when we call. He does not know of heaven, how happy we will be, when by and by the brother kind will bring him home to me. When he sits down beside me, he looks so stern and lone, for I his child am dying, his last and only one." At twilight of another day he came, erect and tall, as though he would not bow his head though heavy blows may fall. But soft the glance and tender he threw upon his child. "My little sunbeam in the dark," he said in accents mild. "Come closer, O my father," the Indian maiden cried. "Come closer while I tell you of one who loved and died, that we may live together and never grieve in vain, of one who suffered cruel blows to rescue us from pain." Her fevered hands crept into his heart grew sick with fear. The hour of parting and of grief was surely drawing near. This child who shared his cup and couch, his sunbeam in the night, would go, and never come again to gladden his dim sight. "No gold have I," the old chief said, "but name the friend so good, that I may prove an Indian brave forgets not gratitude." There in the silence of the night he heard the story old, of Christ's dear love for sinful man, the sweetest ever told. And when the sun came creeping up, all glorious to the eye, his haughty soul had learned to say, "It is not much to die. It is but evening to a land whose shores are always green, where never night comes darkly down, where tears are never seen, where heartbreak may not even touch, where sorrow may not come, but where the weary rest and say, 'Tis good to be at home." End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Some Joys We May Not Keep by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. "Something is lost to me," she said, "that nevermore will be my very own. Something has swiftly slipped through my heart's door, and to the winds has flown. Loss was the kindest thing that fate could send. Some joys we may not keep, and yet, because this is the very end, I needs," said she, "must weep. Feeling my heart so empty and so chill, there is no glow to night, no wakening of the old time tender thrill, no pulsing of delight. When death hides from our eyes a much loved face, we let our tears fall fast, and then we take each sign, each lingering trace, and seal it up, so past. And I must put the memories away, the toys love left behind, the sweets we shared upon a summer day, the kiss, the faith so blind. I was so rich, so proud a while ago, and now I am so poor. Oh, empty heart, there's nothing now to do, but just to close the door." End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. In Sunflower Time by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. In the farmhouse kitchen were Nan and John, with only the sunflowers looking on. Now a farmhouse kitchen is scarce the place for a knight or lady of courtly grace. But this was a common, everyday pair that held the old kitchen this morning fair. A persistent and saucy thorn tree limb had sacrificed a part of the brim of the youth's straw hat, so his face was brown, save his well-shaped forehead, which wore a frown, and his boots were splashed with the mud and clay of the marshland pastures over the way, where the alders tall and the spicewood grew, and the frogs croaked noisily all night through. 'Neath the muslin curtains, snowy and thin, the big, homely sunflowers nodded in. Nan was worth the watching. Her gingham gown had, it may be, old-fashioned grown, but it fitted the slender shape so well, was low at the neck where the soft lace fell. Of sleeves it had none, from the elbow down, while in length, well, you see, the maid had grown. A labor of love was her homely task, to share it no mortal need hope or ask. For Nan she was washing each trace of dirt from fluted bodice and ruffled skirt. There are a few that will, and fewer that can, bend over a tub like our pretty Nan. As she took each piece from its frothy lair, the soap bubbles flying high in the air, and rubbed in a cruel yet tender way, till her curls were wet with the steam and spray, then wrung with her two hands, slender and strong, examined with care, and shook slowly and long, then flung in clear water to lie in state, Each dainty piece met with the same hard fate. There! And she gave a look of conscious pride At the rinsing bucket, so deep and wide. Then wiping the suds from each rounded arm, She turned to the youth with a smile so warm. "I have kept you waiting, excuse me, please, The soap suds just ruin such goods as these. And you are so fond of finery, Nan, Nice dresses and furbelows," he began. "Ah, maybe I am, of a truth," she said, And each sunflower nodded its golden head. "Well, Ned Brown's getting rich," John's words came slow, "And he's loved you a long while, as you know. My house and my acres, I held them fast, Was so stubborn over them to the last. For when my father was carried forth, And the men were asking what was he worth, I knew that they said, with a nod and a smile, As they whispered together all the while, "'Tis a fine old homestead, but mortgaged so, What a foolish thing for a man to do." And I said, "My father is dead and gone, But he's left behind him a strong armed son." And my heart was hot with a purpose set To pay off that mortgage, to clear off that debt. I've worked, heaven knows it, like any slave, I've learned well the lesson of pinch and save. I've kept a good horse, but dressed like a clown, I haven't a dollar to call my own. Oh, I'm beaten, well beaten, yesterday Everything went to Ned Brown from me, My meadows, my acres of tasseled corn, The big orchard planted when I was born. What I would have saved had I had the choice Was my chestnut mare, for she knows your voice. So I'm only a beggar, Nan, you see, Don't fancy I'm begging for sympathy. You see for yourself that I don't care much, Thank God, health's a thing the law can't touch. Why, the happiest man I ever knew Was born a beggar, and died one too. And so wisely nodding each yellow head, The sunflower they listened to what was said. And Nan in her careful and easy way, In the old farmhouse kitchen that summer day, Set a great and mighty problem forth. "Tell me the truth, John, how much am I worth?" The question has stood since the world began, With Adam alone and a lonesome man. Now the sunbeams kissing her golden hair, Her cheeks and her round arms, dimpled and bare, Seem stamping a value of mighty wealth On youth and love, and the bloom of health. John looked and looked till his eyes grew dim, Then tilted the hat with the worthless brim, To hide what he would not have her see. You're just worth the whole world, Nan," said he. "Then you are no beggar, oh sweet, bold Nan, You're the whole world richer than any man." Now, a girl queen wearing a crown of gold Did something like this, so the tale is told, But no royal prince that the world has seen Ever felt quite so proud as John, I ween, As he clasped both her hands with new born hope, Hands all crinkly with water and soap. Only the sunflowers now looking on, So he kissed the maiden, oh foolish John. As he hastened out through the garden gate, Ned Brown was just coming to learn his fate. He was riding a handsome chestnut mare, But somehow our John didn't seem to care. Ned thought of the acres he'd won from John. "Poor beggar," he said, and rode slowly on. John thought of all he had won from Ned. "Oh, you poor, poor beggar," was what he said. Why, under the heavens smiling and blue, Only John and the yellow sunflowers knew. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. As It Began to Dawn by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Mary Magdalene. A coward heart I carry in my breast. Think you the soldier stern will let us put these spices that we carry in his grave? Or will they drive us hence? See how I start, if but the breeze shakes on my head, from limb or vine the heavy drops of dew. Art weary, Mary, weary and afraid? Mary. Nay, but so heavy hearted and so lost to hope, so full of horrors was that day, so full of grief, the memory of it all will weigh upon me till my life is done, and if I close my eyes I see in dreams his arms stretched out upon that cross so wide, his head, his kingly head, crowned with the thorns. Mary Magdalene. Hush, Mary, or I drop upon the ground in weakness. My friend, my tender and my faithful friend, when down thy forehead crept those crimson drops, the agony was more than I could bear. 'Tis said that Peter and the rest did sleep and take their rest that last night in Gethsemane, leaving him there to keep his watch alone. Oh, poverty of love! Think, Mary, had we heard that sobbing prayer, could we have slept and our Lord sorrowful? Mary. Nay, we would but have had one thought to share, his grief, to comfort and to cheer. But man is dull at conning tasks of tenderness. He is well qualified to guard with sword, but not to keep long watches in the night. His is the strength to fight, ours is the strength to wait, and waiting, hold our faith in love. They loved him well, but being men they slept. A loneliness grows on me as the dawn lights hill and valley and the fertile plain. His feet have pressed the paths, oft has he gone down this way to the gate, oft has he sought the stillness and the quiet of that mount, lifting his head to heaven, Mount Olivet, and always will there be on Calvary the heavy shadow of a cross of wood, and if a hardy flower blossomed there, blood red its hue would be. Mary Magdalene. Surely it shuddered as it felt his weight, that heavy cross on which he hung till eve. How could they plunge the spear into his side, and mock at him with all their cruel tongues? O Mary, when I think of his dear hands, that ever held out succour to the lost, that ever touched to heal the sons of men, that ever took the burden and the pain from heavy hearts, his strong and tender hands, that lifted up the fallen and the weak, that dwelt in blessing on the little ones, that broke the bread to feed a multitude, wounded and hurt, the sharp nails through each palm. My heart, it breaks with pity and with woe. Mary. I wonder if he saw us standing there, so weak and helpless and so buffeted. One soldier pulled the covering from my head. Another scoffed, O woman, ye are fools. And yet another, Look now at your king. I cared not, nay, was glad to feel that we shared in his trial, feared not their contempt. I hope he saw us, that he understood that love and faith were one with such as we. When he cried out, I thought upon a day when he did come to rest himself with us. The harvest fields were yellow, and the sun beat down so fiercely that it hurt the head of Ruth's fair little one. The pain, he cried, the pain, with hot tears on his cheek. And Ruth did lift him up and run with him to where the master was, who pushed the curls back with his hands and touched the forehead white. The crying ceased, the quiver left the eyes, the pallor crept away from off the cheek. He fell asleep, a smiling, healthy child. Mary Magdalene. And I thought of a day when he did meet a woman in her youth, but lost to all the joys of innocence. Love she had known, such love as leaves the life filled full of shame. Passion was hers, hate and impurity, the gnawing of remorse, the longing vain to lose the mark of sin, the scarlet flush of fallen womanhood, the hatred of the spotless, the desire that they might sink low in the mire as she. Oh, what a soul she carried on that day! The women drew their robes back from her touch, men leered, and little children seemed afraid to meet the devilish beauty of her form and face, shunned and alone, till one came to her side, and took her hand in his, and what he said is past the telling. There are things the soul knows well but cannot blazon to the world. And when he went his way, upon her brow, where shame had lain, set the sweet word forgiveness. And Mary Magdalene did follow him, led by a wondrous love, did wash his tender feet with grateful tears, and wipe them with the soft hairs of her head. Mary. Joseph of Arimathea laid his form in a new tomb. I tremble as we come so near, and tell me, do you note a light fairer than dawn is cast on all things here? Behold, one sits upon the stone, robed all in white, a wondrous radiance on his face. I fear and am perplexed. Let us go back. Mary Magdalene. Nay, we must put these spices in his grave. My fears have gone and left me strong and bold. Let us advance and question him, for he is some good angel keeping watch and ward. It may be he has caused the heavy stone to roll away that we might enter in with love's last offering. What doth he say? Mary. He says that Jesus is alive today, and bids us come and see the empty grave. Oh, what a joy, if this were only true! But 'tis too great a mystery. Come hence. Someone hath borne away our Lord, to wrest from us the sorrowful delight of looking on his face, dead, with the lines of mortal agony on brow and lips. O Mary Magdalene, the world's strong hate might well have spread us this last cruel blow. Mary Magdalene. But it may be, the angel tells us true, and that he has arisen from the grave, and is alive to love and keep his own. O blessed hope, which all my being yearns to grasp and hold! For if he is alive, it means that you, and I, and all that love and hold their faith in him, can never die. Mary. I never understood what he did mean by life eternal. So many things I had hid in my heart to ask him. Mary Magdalene. Look how the sunshine sweeps down on the world. There never was a yesterday so fair. Something within me answers to the glow, and answers to the glad songs of the birds, and something seems to call out sweet and clear, the night is gone, the night is gone. Mary. I am amazed. The tears have quickly dried upon your cheek. I thought your grief was strong, too strong to lose itself in nature's smile, the dazzling sunlight, and the song of birds, the fair. Mary Magdalene. Hush! 'Tis our Lord himself who comes this way, the wounds made by the thorn still on his brow, his hands and feet marked with the cruel nails. Mary. It is the Master, and my fears are gone. Oh, hark! He speaks. How often have we heard that voice so filled with peace and tenderness? Dear Lord, we fall and worship at thy feet. Mary Magdalene. O risen Son of God, give me one hand pierced on the cross for me, that I may place it on my heart and say, for my transgression was he wounded sore, bruised, shamed, and hurt for my iniquity. Mary. We walked, O Master, in a maze of doubt, misgiving, grief, and great perplexity, knowing not where to turn, what to believe. Then through the tumult did we hear thee say, All hail! O words of cheer! O greeting glad! Mary Magdalene. These words shall be a song of joy, for a sad world to sing a glorious song of triumph and immortality. The glad notes shall ring clearly up to heaven, and echo down through hell. All hail! The Son of God hath left the grave and given us life. All hail! End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Her Lesson by Jean Blewett, read for LibriVox.org by Alexandra Selenius. Someone had told her that a sea nymph dwelt within a murmuring shell she called her own, and she did love to hold it to her ear, and always she could catch the meaning of its song. When she was gay, the nymph, she thought, sang joyously. When she was sad at heart, the murmuring voice seemed full of plaint and tears. One day, when longing softly stirred her breast, she took the shell down to the shore, and sat listening to all the things it had to tell, till by and by, so homesick grew the voice, that called back to the waves, when they did call. A pity for its loneliness did make her suddenly resolve to set it free. So with a stone she brake the shell in twain, 'twas empty as the air. Who was it told her such a fair untruth, a pretty lie? A mist fell down upon the wooded hills, and crept from hence out over all the sea. Her soft eyes caught it in their depth, and held it prisoner, till presently it grew too strong and subtle for the wide white lids, which made but timid trembling sentinels, and let it slip to liberty unchallenged. The light unfeeling waves about her feet laughed at her, grieving over such a thing, laughed, calling to her as they rushed and ran, O pretty little one, that one bright day didst think thyself so wise, didst count thyself so rich. O foolish, foolish child to weep, and break thy little heart over something that is not, has never been, save in thy thought. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Until We Meet by Jean Blewett, LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Dear one who crossed the border land into a world of love and song, one of the tender white robed band, to whom eternal joys belong. Thy memory lives within my heart, will live until thy face I see. The two worlds lie not far apart, I soon will be at home with thee. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. His Care by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Gracious the scepter that he wields. Heart, do you understand? All is his great arm shields that which is bare and that which yields. Lord is he of the harvest fields and of the barren land. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. With Her Sunshine, Breeze and Dew by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Joyous May have come again, with her sunshine, breeze and dew, holding up her silken train. See the blossoms, sweet and new. Here a yellow primrose shows all the world a heart of gold. There a scarlet tulip grows by the breeze made over bold. Joyous May, we welcome you and all you bring. Skies so shining and so blue, birds to twitter and to sing, children on the green to play, blushing maid and eager swain. At your coming, joyous May, all the world grows young again. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. What the Poppies Said by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. We have today, so the poppies said, to the west wind softly blowing, today to hold in our bosom red the great white tears that the night has shed, and the sunbeams warm and glowing. We have today, said the lover bold, to spell out the sweet old story, my heart for thine, and the tale is told. Oh, be not, sweetheart, so shy and cold. See, the world is filled with glory. The west wind sighed to the sea that night. 'Tis a thought to give one sorrow. The poppy boasts of her pearls of white, the lover his store of dear delight, but neither whispers tomorrow. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Eve by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. She is an ideal daughter. Mind you, friend, you must not from my words infer she has no faults. No angel is my Eve, not she, but just a faulty fair thing, sweet of face, and warm of heart, and with a tender flame in her true eyes, so innocent of guile, with laughter on her lips, and loving words, with something in each mood to draw one's soul the closer to her. Wondrous big her nature is, she's something more than kind. If sorrow touches me in any way, it is to her I turn for comforting. If sickness stretches me upon my bed, and steals my strength and spirits quiet away, I want her near me with her slim cool hands, her zeal to nurse me back to health again, her soothing of the pillows underneath my head, that I may rest the easier. To her this world is such a pretty place, she likes no one to leave it he must. So plies her remedies with wondrous skill, and talks the while of pleasant, homely things, the tasks that tarry for my getting well, the garden showing plainly my neglect, the swarming bees, the apple trees in bloom, the lonesome collie blinking in the sun, the filly being broken for the plough, my south-down sheep, the green of barley fields, my neighbours, and the daily wish that I might soon be out among them as of old. This is the sort of nurse a sick man needs, not one who is forever breathing sighs, and talking of the emptiness of life, and urging one to wean his thoughts from earth, nor care a jot for life, since it is such an empty, barren, disappointing thing. Life? Why, 'tis God's good gift to each of us, and some, I think, show much ingratitude by slurring it forever with the wish that they were rid of it for good and all. Now, you have mortgages, and deeds, and bonds, you have a lordly mansion of your own, while I have a big old-fashioned house, and a few fields. You sometimes look at me, and sigh to think I am not better off in this world's goods. Old friend, I like you well, and would not have you waste your pity so. Why, man, I'm all amazed that you are not quite envious of me, since I have got what you do lack, a daughter of my own. It makes a man feel rich to have a girl like mine to pet and make a do of him, to come about him with her tender ways, and cozying, and pretty tricks of speech, to cry a little when he goes away, to watch for his return with eager eyes, to come to him with laughter on her lips, and sometimes a pout that shows itself, but to be kissed away, to keep his heart from growing old with all the years that pass. I would not give this little Eve of mine for 20 times her weight in solid gold. 'Tis a good world. You do not wonder now that I am so jolly and content alway. You're sighing like a furnace. 'Tis too bad. I wish, old friend, you were as rich as I, with such a glad young thing to come and lay her rosy cheek to yours when you are sad. The man who has no daughter of his own is such a pauper, I could cry for him. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Ring Out Glad Song by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. A perfect joy, the sages say, is more contagious than a grief. A joy exceeding all belief is reigning in the world today. Joy! See it spread on every side, the sea-girt isles so grand and proud. Joy! Hear it pain sweet and loud, go swelling, swelling, far and wide. It is the year of Jubilee. Ring out glad song o'er land and sea, God save our good Victoria. Old England warms now through and through, the rugged thing is full of love, and pregnant with the thoughts that move the great soul of a nation true, whom God's hand hath been leading on through all the centuries dim and grey, from ages dark to dusk of dawn, and then to full and perfect day. It is the year of Jubilee, ring out glad song o'er land and sea, God save our good Victoria. And green clad Erin lifts her voice, full sweet the words ring on her tongue, she will be always fair and young, and always ready to rejoice. The lochs, the streams, the granite hills of bonny Scotland are aglow, stronghold of loyalty, you know, and to the sky the paean thrills. It is the year of Jubilee, ring out glad song o'er land and sea, God save our good Victoria. East, west, north, south, it seems to float, and pulses stir, and memories wake, for God and merry England's sake. How oft has rung that battle note, but ah, a grander measure moves this glad old world of ours today, rings through the wilds, through palm tree groves, and rugged north lands far away. It is the year of Jubilee, ring out glad song o'er land and sea, God save our good Victoria. Rings through the solitudes so lone, through places all aglow with bloom, through dim waste tracts where lurks the gloom, from southern shores to Arctic zone, O mighty empire, stretching far, on solid grand foundations laid, in love with peace, yet not afraid to meet, if needs, grim-visaged war. It is the year of Jubilee, ring out glad song o'er land and sea, God save our good Victoria. Australia hears it as she stands, fanned by the sea winds all around, and sends a voice to swell the sound from fertile fields and pasture lands. In Canada, blessed spot of earth, joy revels on this perfect day, and all aflame with pride of birth, she sings out in her lusty way. It is the year of Jubilee, ring out glad song o'er land and sea, God save our good Victoria. The shadows long ago have fled, her song goes ringing clear and sweet, from the Atlantic at her feet to the Pacific at her head, from meadow wide, from forest tall, from hilltop high and valley deep, from rapids with their whirling sweep, from river, lake, and waterfall. It is the year of Jubilee, ring out glad song o'er land and sea, God save our good Victoria. O Queen, we could not give thee less, well hast thou earned by noble thought, by noble deeds thy hand hath wrought, our homage, and our tenderness. Thy mother heart must thrill and move, to note the gladness of the time, hear thy name sung in every clime, by voices solemn, sweet with love. It is the year of Jubilee, ring out glad song o'er land and sea, God save our good Victoria. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. In the Conservatory by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. We came out of the dusk and gloom into the glowing, fragrant room, walled in and carpeted with bloom. A merry group we made that day, our laughter rang out clear and gay, for we were young and it was May. My cousin Dora walked with me, late from her home across the sea, and fair as any flower was she. Each pansy lifted up its face, the slim fern shook her gown of lace, a glory spread through all the place. My lady, Lily's waxen belle, bent down, ashamed to hear us tell How sweet her colour and her smell. The palms stood up like courtiers tall, the smilax crept along the wall, a sunbeam stole and kissed it all. Now, Dora, we shall see, I said, the Persian violet lift her head, blaze out in purple and in red. The people seek her eagerly, a rare aristocrat is she, proud of her fame as proud can be. So many tongues her praises sing, said Dora, through the world they ring. She looks a heartless, haughty thing. Her country cousins, sweet and shy, they get their colour from the sky, are fairer than herself, said I. And last of all we came to where the lilac and the primrose fair their breath threw on the heavy air. My cousin slipped the rose between, where yellow blossoms made a screen of their own foliage thick and green. Ah, this, she said, is a surprise, an English primrose, soft her eyes, mark what a beauty in it lies. O primroses, in careless tone, said Nell, I've often seen them grown, much prettier than this small pale one. My cousin bent her soft white cheek against the blossoms, pale and meek, and still she stood and did not speak. I think a tear or two she shed, ere lifted was the golden head. Poor little homesick flowers, she said, I wonder do you droop and dream of fleecy cloud and sunny gleam, of meadow wide and laughing stream. I wonder if you wait to hear the children's voices, shrill and clear. Sweet, homesickness is hard to bear. Then gave us all a half-shamed look. Ah, I could read her like a book. Her heart was in some old world nook. It wants to feel, she said, the touch of dew and sunlight and all such, of wind that fondles overmuch. But by and by it will get bold, and show you people all the gold its pretty heart does surely hold. Back at my side she took her place, and looking at her I could trace an added sweetness in her face. We came into the dusk and gloom, out of the glowing, fragrant room, walled in and carpeted with bloom. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. E-Bud by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Did the angel pluck thee, my blossom fair, ere the morning sun had spent its glow, while the dew of heaven lay bright and clear in each folded leaf? Ah, the angels know. They gather our sweetest, our heart's delight, to bloom where there cometh no frost nor blight. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Envy by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. When Satan sends to vex the mind of man, and urge him on to meanness and to wrong, his satellites, there is not one that can acquit itself like envy, not so strong as lust, so quick as fear, so big as hate, a pygmy thing, the twin of sordid greed. Its work, all noble things to underrate, decry fair face, fair form, fair thought, fair deed. A sneer it has for what is highest, best, for love's soft voice and virtue's robe of white. Truth is not true, and pity is not kind. A great task done is but a pastime light. Tormented and tormenting is the mind that grants to envy room to make its nest. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. A Fancied Loss by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. If some day in your heart is born the thought that one held dear is careless of the gift of tenderness so fully, freely given, I pray you, friend, to strangle it at birth. There are no losses half so real to us as losses which are not, have never been. A friendship gone, we say, and drop a tear for wasted faith and love and loyalty. When, if we did but know the simple truth, the gladness in these foolish hearts of ours, the gladness and the full content would leave no room for sadness, and no place for doubt. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
How Close by Jean Blewett, sung for LibriVox.org by Ezwa in Belgium in August 2017. How close will Jesus come to thee? So close thine eyes can trace the wondrous love he has for thee. Upon his shining face, how close will Jesus come to thee, so close that thou canst feel the sense of safety that he brings. Oh, all thy being still. How close will Jesus come to thee, so close that thou canst hear the whisper of his tender voice ring softly on thine ear. How close will Jesus come to thee, so close that doubts will cease. Thy soul with sorrow weighed and sin, find healing, joy, and peace. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
In the Wood by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. To me there comes a time in leafy June when nature calls from wood and stream and field, calls low at dawn, calls loud and clear at noon, calls most persuasively when stars come out, up in the blue, and other voices hush. And come, I hear her say, come out with me, come leave the low cramped rooms, the weary task, come take the path through meadow and through wood, climb up the breezy hills and look abroad, climb down into the valleys deep and wide, and rest a space. There is no rest so full as that which I will give you as you lie on grassy knoll. I'll give for lullaby the rustle of the leaves tossed by the wind, for covering the sunbeams meshed and snared by waving boughs. I'll fill your lungs with air made fragrant in the bowers I call my own, Come, come, I'll keep you company, I have a potion brewed, a wondrous healing thing, which brings forgetfulness of lurking care, and rubs out from the mind the memory of loss, of striving and defeat. Come, come. I left the city far behind. I went because she called, my fair first love. I went at sunrise, that for one full day I might be with her, thrill beneath her touch, as in the long ago, when she did claim the full affection of my untried youth. O freshness, living freshness of a day in June! Spring scarce has gotten out of sight, and not a stain of wear shows on the grass beneath our feet, and not a dead leaf calls. Our day of loveliness is past and gone. I found the thick wood steeped in pleasant smells, the dainty ferns hid in their sheltered nooks, the wild flowers found the sunlight where they stood, and some hid their white faces quite away, while others lifted up their starry eyes, and seemed right glad to ruffle in the breeze. I revelled in the grandeur and the strength of towering trunks and great wide spreading limbs. I revelled in the silence, far away. A noisy world I knew was waiting me, but no sound from it reached me as I went by tangled pathway through that wilderness. At noon I came out to the fields, sat down, and ate my lunch with hearty appetite, just at the foot of a wide hill which hid the highway quite from sight, and shut me in. A meadow stretched itself out in the sun, each little blade of green did thrust its face up to the glow, the clover heads bent down to let their visitors, the bees, pass out. The heavy-footed honey bees, ah fond are they of the sweet juices stored in fragrant phials, so fond that in the breeze they smell them out, and straightway sally forth to taste the same, and carry samples home. Down in the grass 1,000 insects hummed, a shallow stream laughed in the sunshine, speeding o'er the stones, to find the coolness of the shady wood. The cattle laid their wide mouths to its breast, and slaked their thirst, and made their dappled sides swell out, then lowering forth their full content, they turned again to wade through knee-deep grass. From off her 4 warm eggs of mottled shade, a bird flew, with a call of love and joy, that drew from her proved mate, perched on a bough, too slight to hold him and his weight of song, an answering note, replete with tenderness, that sent the echo of its sweetness on, into the dim old wood. A wild rose spread its greenness o'er a corner of the fence, and hung its tinted blossoms out to grace the lowly spot, and make of it a bower. But fairer than the meadow or the wood, than wild rose blooming by the zigzag fence, than nesting bird or softly murmuring stream, than cattle standing knee-deep in the grass, than dew-washed fern or golden-hearted flowers, fairer than sunbeams mesh or dappled shade, or aught that I had seen this day of days, was she, the glad young thing whose buoyant feet trod the slim path which wound its changeful way down the tall hill, past alders all abloom. A girl, a young girl, is a gracious sight, a thing to make the eye light gaily up. We see our youth in her, the joy of youth, smiles out at us from her white-lidded eyes. The careless grace of youth is on her lips, the innocence of youth shines on her brow, the prettiness of youth is on her cheek, her softness is the softness of a flower, her brightness and her beauty have the fresh and healthy glow of morn. Her laughter stirs a host of memories sleeping in our heart, and makes a pleasant hour of some far off, some dear and half forgotten yesterday. I wonder if the day will ever come when we will be so old and dull, that we will listen to, yet never heed, the sweetest sound of all the sounds which ring out through this world's big aisles, the rippling laugh, which comes from red young lips, comes straight from some rich storehouse in the breast, a storehouse filled with gladness great, and hope, and all things good. She stopped to pluck a bouquet for her gown, from the sweet briar that nodded in the sun, and presently I heard a little "Oh!" of pain. That hand of hers, the briar, in greed, had caught, and held so closely that its mark showed plainly on the warm and pink palm thing. But she did pluck it, and its fragrance found a place among the white folds at her neck, and in the silken girdle which did creep about the rounded slimness of her waist. Then down she sat to rest her for a while, and I could hear her crooning to herself: "O sweetbriar growing all alone, in shady lonesome places, by all but sun and dew unknown, how full you are of graces! O sweetbriar, with your fragrance rare, you woo me to come nigh you, your breath so fills the heavy air, I cannot well pass by you. O sweetbriar, growing by the brook, the sleek, fat cattle wade in, say, will you share your cozy nook with me, a happy maiden? O sweetbriar, do the dewdrops fall, and make your soft leaves glisten? O sweetbriar, does the west wind call, and do you wait and listen?" End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Lac Deschene by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. O pretty, shallow, mimic lake, hedged in by rushes and wild rice, why is it that the wind can wake and make you angry in a trice? You were so peaceful and so still before the wind crept round the hill, the roistering, mischievous wind that stooped and kissed you as you lay in sunshine steeped, all bland and kind, then racing went away, away, to stir the languor of the wood, and make its mutterings understood. And you, O pretty, shallow lake, must needs get ruffled and perplexed. He kissed and fled, now wide awake, you are at once and cross and vexed. Lift your soft arms and let them fall, there is no stillness now at all. I think the pain of it is not that it crept down to wake and kiss, and give attentions all unsought. I think the pain of it is this: on your warm breast it did not stay, it kissed, and then raced far away. You are so jealous you must cry, and toss about in much unrest. The rushes bend, the white gulls fly, in this wild mood I like you best. You were too peaceful and too still before the wind crept round the hill. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Deserted by Jean Blewett, sung for LibriVox.org by Ezwa in Belgium in August 2017. She stood that night with a face so sad, so filled with bitterness and despair. Closing my eyes, I can see her yet, sorrowful, broken, but passing fair. Her eyes were fixed on the sky above, where stars were shining so soft and clear. Did the ghosts of innocence and love steal out of the gloom and stand quite near, so young to quiver beneath such smart? A fairer brow 'twould be hard to find, the pity of it, a broken heart, and childhood lying so close behind. I heard her whisper, 'twas long ago that I laughed for joy at the touch of morn, kneeled down and prayed in the light and glow. Ah me, I cry now, tempest torn. Thank God for night and the world asleep. Their eyes pierce through me the long, long day. Thank God for the darkness, soft and deep, that folds me and hides me quite away. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
My Neighbor by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Say not, I love the Lord, unless you find within you, welling up by day and night, a love strong, full, and deep for humankind, unless you find it always a delight to show the weary one a resting place, to show the doubting one's faith shining way, to show the erring one the door of grace, to show the sorrowing one where they may lay their broken hearts, the heaviness, the care, the grief, the agony too sharp to bear. When each man is the neighbor whom we love, according to the gracious measure of his word, then may we lift our eyes to heaven above, and say with rapture sweet, I love the Lord. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Hollyhocks by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Say, did you ever go to a place where nobody lived you cared about, and just go wandering up and down into all the great big stores and out, and meeting sich heaps and heaps of folks that pass you by with never a nod, till you got to feeling though and though, just right down lonesome and most outlawed, and you tell yourself if someone said, will you have this place? You say no thanks. I wouldn't live here for all the world. Give me the fields and the brooks and banks. Why, the stuff that grows in your lots here can't touch one side of our country stuff. You have things tended to right up fine, but nature is sweet, though maybe rough, and your blossoms aren't half so nice. nor your creepin' vines, nor growin' grass? Why, 'cause ours swim in the sun all day, and yours stretch their necks to see him pass. So you try somehow to pass the time, a wandering up and a wandering down, so sick of yourself, but sicker still of the folks you meet in that old town. Such dressy folks that don't care a snap, not knowing you from Adam of Ox, and by an you lift up your eyes and see such a clump of hollyhocks, and holding their own in some grand place, with their shiny leaves spread in the sun, nodding so friendly, seemin' to say, "Come in, old neighbor, and share the fun." There's no flower nicer it seems to me, there's nothing prettier grows nor blows, though some folks call them old fashioned things, a thinking them homely I suppose. But you come across them some fine day, when you're so homesick you can't get air enough for your lungs down through your throat, because of the lump that's stoppin' there. And say, wouldn't wonder a bit, in you felt a mist come in your eyes, at sight of the bright familiar things, the nicest flowers under the skies. For they set me thinkin' of a house that stands by itself among the trees, with a big wide porch and stragglin' walk, bordered by just such flowers as these, till you hear the old familiar sounds, the chirpin', the buzzin' soft and low, and sniff the breath that comes with the wind from the ripe, red clover down below, till a big warm feelin' swamps your heart, you're not so lonesome there on their stalks are friendly a plenty, smilin' at you, the pretty old fashioned hollyhocks. Folks write of pansy, rose, and fern, but if I were poet and could rhyme, I wouldn't bother with common things, I'd write of hollyhocks every time. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Miscreant by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. He glares out from the gathering dusk, with furtive glancing eye, a creature hunted, and at war, with every passer-by. Such a malignant face he turns, you feel a sudden fear, born of the knowledge which proclaims, an evil thing is near. A man goes by, ah, mark that scowl, a woman young and fair, evil the look he bends on her, then comes a gallant pair, a laddie tall, and by his side, a baby girl who cries, "Good night," out to the miscreant, and laughs upon his eyes. At strife is he with all the world, but for a moment's space, something akin to tenderness flares up in that dark face. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Her Birthday by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Your birthday, my girl, with the tender eyes, and the dower of youth and zest. It is kind of heaven to give us this day, when the world is looking its best, when the crimson roses are all abloom, with their sisters of paler grace, when the sun makes warm, and the dew makes glad each velvety, beautiful face, When the breeze which comes seems a heavy breath from the lungs of the earth o'ergrown with the fairest things and the sweetest things that ever was seen or known. When the bird has an added note of pride in each carol of joy he sings. Do you know, can you guess, my pretty mate, and the wee things under my wings? Your birthday, my girl with the tender eyes, and the fair young cheek and brow. Your birthday, my girl with the smiling lips, what things shall I wish for you now? Come close, put your 2 hands into my own, while I wish you a happy year, while I wish you the best that heaven can give to a maiden so sweet and dear. While I wish you love with never a stint, for the riches of love are great. While I wish that shadows may flee your path, and the glorious sunshine wait. While I wish you the happiness full and deep, the gladness and brightness of life, a place in your heart for the white dove of peace, but none for the whisper of strife. Your birthday, my girl with the tender eyes, and the shimmering braids of hair, I say as I look through a mist of tears, it is good to be young and fair. It is well to lean on the Father's arm, love forces the words in a flood. God bless my girl with the tender eyes, God bless her and keep her good. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Slander by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. The man who with the breath lent him by heaven speaks words that soil the whiteness of life, is but an assassin, for death is given as surely by the tongue as by the knife. He does the devil's basest work, no less, who deals in calamities, who throws the mire on snowy robes whose hem he dare not press. His foul lips too, the pity of it, liar, yet half believed by such as deem the good or evil but the outcome of a mood. O slanderer, if fierce imps meet in hell for converse, when the long day's toil is through, of you they have this worthy thing to tell, he does the work we are ashamed to do. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Summer Holidays by Jean Blewett, sung for LibriVox.org by Ezwa in Belgium in August 2017. School's out, they cried, 2 happy wights. School's out for such a while, the old bell won't ding dong today, and make us run a mile. It seems too good, no lessons now to tire us right out. We've not a single thing to do but run and play and shout. We're going fishing in the creek with brand new hook and line. We're going hunting in the woods, our holidays are fine. We're going to wade out in the pond and scare the ducks and drake. We're going haying in the field and swimming in the lake. We're going to jump, we're going to sing and yell and make a noise, 'cause holidays come from the sky for tired out shut up boys. That mean old bell that called so loud each time that it was wrong. Come right straight in and hurry up, has just to hold its tongue. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Violet by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. O wrinkled, withered little flower, you were so pretty and so blue, the day that you were given me by Mariana, fair and true. Angry and jealous had I been, that fragrant budding day in spring. Strange that a man should let his mind be vexed by some light, simple thing. She had gone walking with my friend, a splendid fellow with a face as handsome as Apollo's own, and figure full of manly grace. And seeing that he gave to her what seemed to me a tender gaze, and that she was in happy mood, my jealousy was all ablaze. I called her traitor in my heart. Was she not mine by every right? Had I not held her to my breast, and whispered things one starlit night? I strode away to where the waves rushed on the beach with sullen roar. She cared not for me, why should I think fondly of her any more? Yet, when she softly called my name, my heart beat quick with love and wrath, and though the twilight soft and dim, I saw her coming down the path. Then love was dumb, and anger spake, the eyes of her grew proud and shy. I called her heartless and coquette, what but a jealous fool was I? She turned to leave me, then I grew ashamed of all my bitter speech, but she seemed now so far from me, I could not hope her grace to reach. Wait, Mariana, wait and say farewell to one you hold in scorn, I cried, and give to him, I pray, one of the flowers you have worn. O Violet, she lifted you up with her slender finger tips, laid you for one brief moment's space against the redness of her lips, then gave you softly to my hand. O Violet, so sweet and shy, in all God's universe there was no happier man, I wot, than I. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. My Lady of the Silver Tongue by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. My Lady of the Silver Tongue, do you not feel a thrill of shame? The woman is so fair and young, why seek to steal away her fame? Nay, never mind that haughty stare, for you and I must measure swords. To tell you to your face I dare, a lie lurked in your pretty words. Did you not say a while ago, I am her friend, in earnest tone, and soft that voice of yours and low, I am her friend when all is done, as though a friend a doubt would fling, and evil tongues to wagging start. I am her friend, ah, there the sting, no friend will grieve and hurt a heart. Your eyes are very warm and kind, and sweet the smile upon your lips. I read the truth, I am not blind, false are you to your finger tips. And I would rather be today the slandered woman, fair and young, than be yourself, so proud and gay, My Lady of the Silver Tongue. A friend's heart holds no wronging doubt, no envy meaner far than hate. With tenderness it pieces out the small shortcomings and the great. So when you slander, blush for shame, or to some gossip's tale attend, I pray you take some other name, and never say, I am her friend. For loyalty is not a jest, no sweeter word is said or sung. Take time to learn that truth is best, my Lady of the Silver Tongue. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Sweeping to the Sea by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. O river, sweeping to the sea, how clear your waters are! So clear they mirror faithfully each fleecy cloud and star. O river running to the sea, how fresh the breath you fling, as on you speed right merrily from winds that chase and sing. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Minerva's Essay by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Men, give more frankness and less flattery. So read Minerva from her essay fine. Men, give more frankness and less flattery. Much emphasis she laid upon this line. We are no foolish children to be fed on empty words of unearned praise, forsooth. Too long in such poor ways have we led. Give us no compliment, give us the truth. Think not a woman pines to hear you tell how beautiful her form, how fair her face. Think not she whispers to herself, "'Tis well." When you proclaim her rich in every grace, you think to please her. Ah, sir, vain your dream. When next such fulsome praises you may speak, mark well her eyes, and read their scornful gleam, and note the angry blush on brow and cheek. Be fair, speak out your thoughts as they may rise, nor seek to hide them, since the truth is grand. All praise unmerited we do despise. If you could read our mind and understand. Men, give more frankness and less flattery. Remember we are neither dull nor blind. Men, give more frankness and less flattery, if you would win the trust of womankind. Much marvelled I at dear Minerva's lay, but thought she truly meant each earnest word, and so neglected telling her straightway how much her genius had my bosom stirred. Neglected telling her that if two wings but grew out from her shoulders soft and white, fair would she be as seraph mild that sings the songs of love in paradise tonight. Neglected telling her the flowers she wore droop with the heat of their own jealousy, and whisper to each other's o'er and o'er, Ah, how much sweeter is this maid than we. She begged for frankness from all men, from me. For this her wondrous eloquence was poured. So afterwards when she did question me, I, foolish man, confessed that I was bored. And when she showed her gown of palest blue, shook for me all its dainty ruffles out, I would not praise it, though I wanted to. Her red lips straight took on a pretty pout, Did not we graduates look very nice? She asked, and patted one rebellious curl. Frankness, not flattery, I murmured twice. Let me remember it, my own dear girl. I've seen you looking lovelier, I said. I like your hair best when it softly flows, not piled in one big bunch upon your head. The powder showed quite plainly on your nose. Who was it said, "Oh, inconsistency! Thy name is woman." Surely he was right. I spoke my thoughts, refrained from flattery. Lo, for reward comes this brief note to night. I think to longer be engaged to you would be a foolish thing and very wrong. Postscript. Gray says he dreamed the whole night through of me and my essay wise and strong. If you should call to night at 8, pray bring my notes and the photo and the curl. I will return your presents and your ring. To think that you should grow into a churl. I'm going to tell Minerva when we meet that it was just a little joke of mine, and nevermore. My cure is quite complete. Will I believe a woman's essay fine? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. To the Queen by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. We send thee greetings on this morn in May. Long live the Queen, right fervently we pray. We daughters of this country young and fair, join all our voices, singing songs of thee. O may the words ring clearly on the air, and reach the island cradled in the sea. Our Queen, lo, as the words a thrill of pride, of tenderness and trust springs into life. Our Queen, who rules so well her kingdom wide. Our Queen, so soft in peace, so bold in strife. Our Queen, the love of loyal hearts we give. We join our voices and we proudly say, God bless the sweetest woman, and long live the greatest ruler in the world today. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. In the Old Church by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. The fine new kirk is finished, wife. The old has had its day. 'Tis like ourselves, a trifle worn, and out of date, and grey. Stained windows and a tower high. I like not such a show. Beside the cost is something great, and money does not grow. Now when they come to me for help, I'm going to tell them plain, that since they've built to please themselves, they'll ask my help in vain. Then sat the woman at his side, "'Tis meet God's house should be as good a one as we can give," she answered tenderly. "And we who've worshipped all the years in that old church so grey, should go with songs and thankful hearts into the new one today. For think of all the precious hours we have had over there, the hours of penitence and tears, the hours of peace and prayer. I went today to say goodbye, and as I stood alone, the memory of blessings shared came to me, one by one. I heard the message from the Word, the sermon good and wise. I heard the songs of love and hope ring clearly to the skies. and looking over the pew we've worshipped in for years, I seem to see so many things, to see them through my tears. I saw us sitting there when we were young and glad and strong, ere we had learned that sorrow lends a sweetness to life's song. When every golden Sabbath day found us in love with life, the world was fair and God was good, and we were man and wife. One pretty far off summer morn my dim eyes seemed to see, a morn when I sat by your side, our firstborn on my knee. His fair head lay upon my arm, and rich was I and proud. I whispered in the Master's ear things spoken not aloud. And then our other bonny lads grew plain unto my eyes, and Belle, our lassie fair and good, our lassie sweet and wise. I felt again her little hand clasped tightly in my own. A mother holds her daughter dear, and I had but the one. My soft-eyed one, my loving one, with braids of yellow hair. Ah me! I could not help but know the little one was fair. In the old church I thought upon our hour of grief and pain, of loneliness. She went away and came not back again. When, broken hearted 'neath the loss, we bowed beneath the rod, there, close about us in that hour, we felt the arm of God. I saw us older grown and bent, each tall son in his place. I saw the minister who stood with heaven in his face. His sworn old face we loved so well, his eyes that seemed to see the golden light that lights the shore of God's eternity. And yet how simple was his heart, how kindly was his way, and how he cared for all his flock, nor wearied night nor day. If one strayed far he followed it, and won it back to fold. If one fell down he lifted it with tenderness untold. He fell asleep, his labor done, how sweet must be the rest Of one who made his motto this, the Lord shall have my best. Goodbye, old church, goodbye, I said, and left its portals wide. And then I turned and looked upon the new church just beside. Upon its windows tall and stained the yellow sunbeams played. It stood, the temple of the Lord, in loveliness arrayed. I thought, she said, and stroked his hand, of one who takes his rest. I seemed to hear his deep voice say, the Lord shall have my best. The sun crept lower in the sky, the world lay sweet and fair. A bird trilled softly from its throat a song that was a prayer. The old man looked up at his wife, with tears his cheeks were wet. "Eh, there are many things," he said, "we may not dear forget. We're growing old, wife, like the day our sun sinks in the west. I'll say with him we both love well, the Lord shall have my best." End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. September by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. September comes across the hills, her blue veil softly flowing, her flagons deep of wine she spills, and sets the old world glowing. Yon robin's piping her a tune, how runs her carol tender? I knew you once as pretty June, when you were young and slender. And though you've grown a gracious thing, full blossomed, grand and stately, I still can see a hint of spring, your youth's but left you lately. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Spring O'er the Year by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Spring o'er the year, spring o'er the year! Was there ever a song so gay As the song the meadowlark sings to me When we meet in the fields each day? Spring o'er the year, spring o'er the year! Then pauses a moment to look At soft green leaves on shrub and tree, And buttercups gay in the brook. Spring o'er the year, spring o'er the year! No more weather gloomy and sad. Spring o'er the year, spring o'er the year! Aren't you glad? Aren't you glad? Spring o'er the year, spring o'er the year! Isn't it blue, the sky above? Watch 'em, these mates of mine, Building their nests and making love. Spring o'er the year, spring o'er the year! Ho! I sing it morning and night. Never were meadows quite so green, Never were posies quite so bright. Spring o'er the year, spring o'er the year! Out rings his song so sweet and shrill, Its gladness catches you unawares, With its gurgle and laugh and thrill. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Mildred by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by AlexandraWilhelmina. My Lady Mildred tells me oft that she is mistress now of me. Her voice is very sweet and soft, but an autocrat is she. Go, say the red lips, and I go. Come, and I hasten to her side. Her warm smile sets my heart aglow. Her quaintness is my joy and pride. I used to say in phrases fine that I was master of myself. The proud boast is no longer mine. I'm subject to a wilful elf. My Mildred with the rose-leaf face, a tyrant spirit sways your breast. For humbly though I sue your grace, you will not grant a moment's rest. I've served you for a whole long year. The woman new has come to stay. But tell me, now, have you no fear that I will mutiny some day? You give yourself a lofty air, your throne an ill-used father's knee. Now worry fly, slink off dull care. I have my girl, and she has me. My Lady Mildred, without doubt, your tender eyes are full of mirth, and by your laugh rings out, the gladdest sound in all the earth. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Old Valentine by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. I sent my sweetheart a valentine on one St. Valentine's Day, a long time ago, when my hair was brown. Now it is sprinkled with gray. My sweetheart was pretty as she could be, a wild rose bloomed in each cheek. Her auburn hair rippled down to her waist, her eyes were tender and meek. And oh, my sweetheart was dear to me, though nobody could have guessed, from my careless glance or my careless word, the tenderness in my breast. I sent my sweetheart a valentine, a flowery and foolish thing, all covered with blue forget-me-nots and cupids gay on the wing. 2 hearts pierced through, a ruffle of lace, a knot, a ribbon, a dove, and better than all, a space whereon I could write a message of love. So burning the midnight oil I wrote with infinite patience and care. This one earnest verse, for rhyming came hard, to send to my lady fair. I love you with all my heart, and fain would I call you mine. My Mary, my darling, my beautiful girl, let me be your Valentine. This yellow old page from the book of youth was put in my hand to-day. As I growled, our Tom has fallen in love in a nonsensical way. He is making a fool of himself, ha ha, he is writing poetry now, to his Anna's lips, and his Anna's hair, his Anna's beautiful brow. Why, what rubbish is this? I asked my wife, a portly but sweet-faced dame, who smilingly showed me the verse underneath which I had written my name. Shamefaced, I read it again and again. Let me confess to a truth. I felt like disowning the yellow thing that belonged to the days of youth, till I pictured myself an excited lad, penning the words of care, knowing her answer would fill my heart with rapture or dark despair. It was yesterday. Who says we are old? I do, says Mary, my wife. But age has nothing to do with it, since the choosing was done for life. I bowed my grey head over her hand. My sweetheart, I whispered low, on this Valentine's Day I tender you the verse written long ago. I love you with all my heart, and fain would I call you mine. My Mary, my darling, my beautiful girl, let me be your Valentine. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Boy of the House by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, B.C. He was the boy of the house, you know, a jolly and rollicking lad. He was never tired and never sick, and nothing could make him sad. If he started to play at sunrise, not a rest would he take at noon. No day was so long from beginning to end, but his bedtime came too soon. Did someone urge that he make less noise, he would say with a saucy grin, "Why, one boy alone doesn't make much stir. I'm sorry I isn't a twin." There's two of twins, oh it must be fun to go double at everything, to holler by twos and to run by twos, to whistle by twos and to sing. His laugh was something to make you glad, so brimful was it of joy. A conscience he had perhaps in his breast, but it never troubled the boy. You met him out in the garden path, with the terrier at his heels. You knew by the shout he hailed you with, how happy a youngster feels. The maiden auntie was half distraught at his tricks as the day went by. "The most mischievous child in the world," she said, with a shrug and a sigh. His father owned that her words were true, and his mother declared each day was putting wrinkles into her face, and was turning her brown hair grey. His grown-up sister referred to him as a trouble, a trial, a grief. The way he ignored all rules, she said, was something beyond belief. But it never troubled the boy of the house. He revelled in clatter and din, and had only one regret in the world, that he hadn't been born a twin. There's nobody making a noise to-day. There's nobody stamping the floor. There's an awful silence upstairs and down. There's crape on the wide hall door. The terrier's whining out in the sun. "Where's my comrade?" he seems to say. Turn your plaintive eyes away, little dog, there's no frolic for you to-day. The freckled-faced girl from the house next door is sobbing her young heart out. Don't cry, little girl, you'll soon forget to miss the laugh and the shout. The grown-up sister is kissing his face and calling him darling and sweet. The maiden aunt is holding the shoes that he wore on his restless feet. How strangely quiet the little form, with the hands on the bosom crossed. Not a fold, not a flower out of place, not a short curl rumpled and tossed. So solemn and still the big house seems, no laughter, no racket, no din, no startling shriek, no voice piping out, I'm sorry I isn't a twin. There's a man and a woman pale with grief as the wearisome moments creep. Oh, the loneliness touches everything. The boy of the house is asleep. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
For He Was Scotch, and So Was She, by Jean Blewett, read for LibriVox.org by AlexandraWilhelmina. They were a couple well content with what they earned and what they spent, cared not a whit for style's decree, for he was Scotch, and so was she. And oh, they loved to talk of Burns, their lightsome tender Bobby Burns. They never wearied of his song, he never sang a note too strong. One little fault could neither see, for he was Scotch, and so was she. They loved to read of men who stood and gave for country life and blood, who held their faith so dear a thing, they scorned to yield it to a king. A proud of such things they well might be, for he was Scotch, and so was she. From neighbours' broil they kept away, no liking for such things had they. And oh, each had a canny mind, each could be deaf and dumb and blind. Of words nor pens were none too free, for he was Scotch, and so was she. I would not have you think this pair went on in weather always fair, for well you know in married life will come, sometimes, to jar and strife. They couldn't always just agree, for he was Scotch, and so was she. But near of heart they ever kept, until at close of life they slept. Just this to say when all was past, they loved each other to the last. The loving yet in heaven may be, for he was Scotch, and so was she. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Legend of Love by Jean Blewett, read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. There's a cup on the very topmost shelf of the cupboard built in the wall. On one side a vine is traced on the delf, with forget-me-nots blue and small. On the other the words stand boldly up, that were once a pride and joy. For a legend it bears, this old-fashioned cup, which runs, for a good little boy. 'Twas brought by a mother with eyes as blue as forget-me-nots pretty and shy, when youth was her portion and love was true, and the days went merrily by. On the cottage floor where the sunbeams crept, played her own sturdy lad of 3, and but yesterday he smiled and slept, such a pretty babe on her knee. He followed her down to the garden gate, on her way to the little town. Now hurry right back, and don't you be late, he said with a pout and a frown. He must have some toys for the Christmas tide, so she brought him a tiny sled, and a nice little box of sweets beside, to go into his mouth so red. Was there anything else? she asked herself, she could buy for the laddie small. It was then she saw the cup of delft, which stands on the shelf in the wall. For a good little boy, ah, that meant him, with a face as sweet as a rose. He is good, she said, and her eyes grew dim from his curly head to his toes. And she carried her treasures one by one to the cottage down in the lane, where the winter sunbeams brightly shone on his face at the window pane. He was proud of the sleigh with its jingling bells, and the box was a thing of joy. But the cup is best, he said, for it tells that I'm such a good little boy. Oh, poor little mother, your eyes so blue faded out with the wash of tears. Oh, poor little mother, your heart so true, it broke with the weight of years. And there, on the very topmost shelf, the old-fashioned cup it has stood, since a day long ago when she owned to herself that her boy was no longer good. There is dust on it now, but believe me, dear, it was once a proud joy, with its legend of love, so bright and so clear, which runs, for a good little boy. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Our Father by Jean Blewett, sung for LibriVox.org by Ezwa in Belgium in August 2017. Teach us, dear Lord, all that it means to say the words, Our Father, when we kneel to pray. Our Father, thou, then every child of thine is by the bond a brother, Lord of mine. Teach us, dear Lord, all that it means to say, Thy will be done, when we kneel down to pray. Thy will be done, then our proud wills must break, and lose themselves in love for thy dear sake. Teach us, dear Lord, all that it means to say, Give us our daily bread, when thus we pray. We will be trustful when we understand, nor grasp the loaf from out a brother's hand. Teach us, dear Lord, all that it means to say, Forgive our trespasses when meek we pray. Forgive, the Word was made in paradise, and this world's hope and faith within it lies. Teach us, dear Lord, all that it means to say, the words Christ gave us when we kneel to pray. For when we know and live the meaning deep, no heart will need to break, no eyes to weep. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Jack by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Jack's dead and buried, it seems odd, a deep hole covered up with sod, a lying out there on the hill, and Jack, as never could keep still, a sleepin' in it. Jack could race, and do it at a good old pace, could sing a song and laugh so hard that I could hear him in our yard when he was half a mile away. Why, not another boy could play like him, or run, or jump so high, or swim, no matter how he'd try. And I can't get it through my head at all, that Jack is dead. Jack's mother didn't used to be so awful good to him and me, for often when I'd go down there on Saturdays when it was fair, to get him out to fish or skate, she'd catch me hangin' round the gate, and look across at some old hen, and tell me go off home again. It's not the same thing for boys, she'd say, a hanging round the creek all day. You go off home and do your task. No, Jack can't go, you needn't ask. And when he got in scrapes, why'd she would up and lay it on to me, and wish I'd lived so far away Jack couldn't see me every day. But last night when I'd done the chores, it seemed so queer like out of doors. I kept a listenin' all the while, and looking down the street a mile. I couldn't bear to go inside, the house is lonesome since he died. The robber book we read by turns is lyin' there, and no boy learns all by himself, 'cause he can't tell how many words he'll miss or spell, unless there's somebody lookin' on to laugh at him when he gets done. And neighbor woman's sure to come a visiting a feller's home, and talkin' when they look at me 'bout how thick us used to be, a stealing off from school and such, and askin' do I miss him much, till I sneak off outdoors, you see, they just can't let a feller be. Well, I walked down the road a bit, Smith's dog came out, I throwed at it, and do you know it never howled, same as it always did, or growled. It seemed to say, why Jim's alone, now I wonder where's that other one. Afore I knew it I was down, way at the other end of town, a hanging round in the old way, for some one to come out and play. There wasn't no one there to look, so I slipped into our old nook. I found his knife hid in the grass, where we'd been Zulus at the pass. The can of bait, and hook and line, were lyin' with the ball of twine. And Jim, I seemed to hear him say, the fish will suffer some to day. 'Twas more than I could just stand then, I got up to go off home, when some one kissed me on the cheek, and hugged me so I couldn't speak. You won't believe it, like as not, but 'twas Jack's mother, and a lot of great big tears came stealin' down, right on my face. She didn't frown a single bit, kept saying low, my blue-eyed boy, I love you so. Of course I knew just right away that she meant Jack, my eyes are grey, but Jack he had the bluest eyes, blue like you see up in the skies, and shine that used to come and go, one misses eyes like his you know. And by she up and tried to tell me that she'd cried and cried, a thinkin' of the times that she had scolded Jack and scolded me, and other things that I won't tell to anyone because, oh well, boys can't do much but they can hold tight on to secrets till they're old. She's Jack's relation, that's why she feels kind of lovin' like to me, but when she called me her own lad, oh say I felt just awful bad, my head it went round in a whirl, I up and cried just like a girl. But say if Jack did see us two, he laughed a little, don't you know, for if I'd ever brag around that I'd lick some one safe and sound, he'd laugh and say, Jim, hold your jaw, you know you're scared to death of Moll. Oh, I'd give all this world away if I could hear him laugh today. I get so lonesome, it's so still, and him out sleepin' on that hill, for nothing seems just worth the while a doing up the old style, 'cause everything we used to do seemed always just to need us two. My throat aches till I think till crack. I don't know why, it must be Jack. There ain't no fun, there ain't no stir. His mother, well, 'tis hard on her, but she can knit, and sew, and such. Oh, she can't miss him half so much. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. A Pledge by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. I sit alone tonight. Today our two roads meet. You help me find the right, and I will not forget. I'm pledged to do my best with lips that will not lie, to strive with mind and heart as all the days go by. You've looked so strong and bold when all was done and said. You have a heart of gold, and I have one of lead. Some day I'll climb the height, if fortune fair betide. I only know tonight the world is strangely wide. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Blue-Eyed Bess by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. But let us argue for a space before we say that long goodbye. Now heaven grant us store of grace. We are so human, you and I. Full well you know the old time way will easiest seem unto our feet. Full well you know with yesterday no fair tomorrow may compete. Then some day, Bess, we will be old. Think you our heart's content will stay with bleak December, or, grown bold, will they not race back into May? Look not upon his acres wide, but think how weary life would be, your body walking at his side, your soul back in the spring with me. Why will you try to cheat poor love, who only asks you for his own? His blindness should compassion move, yet what compassion have you shown? Say, love, take all I have to give, for nothing would I keep from thee. We'll walk together while we live, and thou shalt make the path for me. The pretty blush is on your face, we will not say that long goodbye. Now heaven grant us store of grace, we are so human, you and I. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Courtier's Lady by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. My lady's face is proud and fair, my lady's eyes are grey, She goeth out to take the air on every sunny day. My lady wears a gown of blue that falleth to her feet, all broidered o'er with pearls like dew, and daisies shy and sweet. My lady wears a hat of silk that fairy hands did spin, and strings it hath as white as milk to tie beneath her chin. My lady wears upon her breast a knot of ribbon gay, but who her heart doth love the best, my lady will not say. And oh, the jewels rich and rare do make the eye grow dim, that sparkle in her powdered hair, and on her fingers slim. My lady wears a satin shoe, with silver buckle wide, a tiny thing from heel to toe, that is my joy and pride. My lady wears upon her face a little touch of scorn, no fuller share of pride and grace hath any woman born. My lady's face is sweet and fair, my lady's eyes are grey, she goeth out to take the air on every sunny day. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Rustic's Lassie by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. My lassie's face is fair to see, my lassie's eyes are blue, and always do they tell to me her heart is fond and true. There's silk, too, on my lassie's head, as yellow as the gold, and woven is each shining thread into a braided fold. But never fairy's hands did spin silk like my lassie's hair. As for the strings beneath her chin, I would not have them there, lest one dear dimple growing shy, that every one should see, within those silken strings would try to hide itself from me. My lassie wears a gown of white, which needs no pearls to deck, with lace like cobweb, soft and light, full gathered at her neck. My lassie wears upon her breast no knot of ribbon gay, forget-me-nots she loves the best, plucked at the dawn of day. My lassie's feet like two white mice go slipping through the grass, and all the dewdrops think them nice, and kiss them as they pass. The satin shoe with buckle dressed is richer it may be, but if the truth must be confessed, not half so good to see. My lassie's face is fair to see, my lassie's eyes are blue, and always do they tell to me her heart is fond and true. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Her Dower by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. One angel brought a birthday gift straight from the courts above. Now soft thy voice and bright thy smile, for I do give thee love. Another came on snowy rings, tipped with a golden light. I bring the gift of purity to keep thy dear heart white. The third had music in his tones. I bring thee courage strong to guard both love and purity from what would do them wrong. For tender feet must press the paths, the crowded paths of life, and tender souls must meet the shock and din of passion's strife. Walk thou unmoved through perils great, while we thy strength applaud. With courage true I crown today the fairest work of God. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Mauverine by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. So still you sleep upon your bed, so motionless and slender, it cannot be that you are dead, my little maiden tender. You were no creature pale and meek, that death should hasten after. The red rose bloomed upon your cheek, your lips were made for laughter. To you the great world was a place that care might never stay in, a playground built by God's good grace for happy folks to play in. You made your footpath by life's flowers, O happy little maiden. The sky was full of shine and showers, the wind was perfume laden. I came and found you sweet and wild, love, only love could tame you. To think, O pretty, thoughtless child, that greedy death must claim you. Your dimpled hands are folded now above the snowy bosom. The lilies creep and kiss your brow, O tender, broken blossom. The white lids hide the eyes so clear, so witching and beguiling. But as my tears fall on you, dear, your lips seem softly smiling. And do you feel that it is home, the city we call heaven? Ah, were they glad to have you come, my little maid of 7? Methinks when you stand all in white to learn each sweet new duty, some eye will note with keen delight your radiance and beauty. And when your laughter softly rings out where God's streets do glisten, the angels fair will fold their wings and still their song to listen. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Song of the Wind by Jean Blewett, sung for LibriVox.org by Ezwa in Belgium in August 2017. Oh wind, you come singing, singing gaily about the eaves. I think you are bringing, bringing the secret of the leaves, secrets you learned in the Maytime, down in the woods so cool, learned in the night time and daytime, by bank and brook and pool. O wind, you go shrilling, shrilling over the chimneys high, while the clouds are softly spilling rain on the gardens dry. 'Tis autumn, the wild newcomer has taught you how to sing, but the voice of the sweet dead summer through it all seems to ring. O wind, you are railing, railing, 'tis the voice of a shrew, wearied at length and failing, then beginning anew. Here you come, sighing, sighing, down to my casement wide. A moment and you are flying away in pique and pride. I love your chasing and panting, I love the melody that you go so gaily chanting to earth and sky and sea. Our birds go southward, soaring, when signs of frost appear. You with your sighing and roaring, sing to us all the year. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Richer Man by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. You know how it is. You have had the gain, the sweetness and pleasures of life. I the fruitless striving, the heat to attain, the toil, the failure, the strife. Then we chance to come by the will of faith to the warmth of one woman's eyes, and fate decrees it is not too late to give me a great surprise. And the woman turns with matchless grace the bloom of her tender cheek, and her red lips smiling, her glorious face, her glance so lovingly and meek. To me, to the penniless bankrupt one, and I find my portion at last, and heaven as real when all is done as the hell of the bitter past. The glories of earth are but chaff in the wind, the riches of earth but a song. Now listen, my brother, I think you will find you have tried to do me a wrong. You had all that to me had been denied. I starved while you feasted well. You have fame, 100 things beside. You have watched your coffers swell. Yet when we come by the will of fate to the warmth of one woman's eyes, and fate declares it is not too late to give me a great surprise. You come with the weight of your yellow gold, and trappings of your success. You come with your bearing, courtly and bold, you woo in your haughtiness. You try to dazzle her eyes of blue, and you try to steal for yourself the heart of a woman good and true. Go, be content with your pelf. Learn there are treasures you may not grasp, joys you must surely miss. The hand you court lies in my clasp, the lips are my own to kiss. A penniless fellow, you used to say, own to the truth if you can. We stand here together this summer's day, and I am the richer man. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. His Wife and Boy by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Love is a myth which men create from vapors of the heart and brain. Thus far the poet grave did get, then from a smile could not refrain. Someone was singing, he could hear, each word so low and sweet and clear. Bye, baby bunting, Papa's gone a-hunting to get a little rabbit skin to wrap the baby bunting in. Right well he knew that picture fair might set a stoic heart aglow, for it was such a bonny pair, so gently rocking to and fro. The old song was a foolish thing,
yet it seemed good to hear her sing. By baby bunting, Papa's gone a hunting to get a little rabbit skin to wrap his baby bunting in. The sunshine would be creeping down upon her hair of golden brown, and farther yet, that it may peep at her awake, at him asleep, and both were his to have and hold. How runs the foolish song so old? By baby bunting, Papa's gone a hunting to get a little rabbit skin to wrap the baby bunting in. But he must to his hunting go, a cloak this pen of his must win, as soft as silk and white as snow, to wrap the baby bunting in. Strange that his poem, deep and strong, should wait upon a nursery song. By baby bunting, Papa's gone a hunting to get a little rabbit skin to wrap the baby bunting in. Love is a myth that men create from vapors of the heart and brain. O pen, I fear you lied of late. Hark, softly rings the old refrain. By baby bunting, Papa's gone a hunting to get a little rabbit skin to wrap the baby bunting in. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
She Just Keeps House for Me by Jean Blewett, sung for LibriVox.org by Ezwa in Belgium in August 2017. She is so winsome and so wise, she sways us at her will, and oft the question will arise, what mission does she fill? And so I say with pride untold, and love beyond degree, this woman with a heart of gold, she just keeps house for me. For me, she just keeps house for me. A full content dwells in her face. She's quite in love with life. And for a title wears with grace the sweet old-fashioned wife. And so I say with pride untold, and love beyond degree, this woman with a heart of gold, she just keeps house for me. For me, she just keeps house for me. What though I toil from morn till night? What though I weary grow? A spring of love and dear delight doth ever softly flow. And so I say with pride untold, and love beyond degree, the woman with a heart of gold, she just keeps house for me. Our children climb upon her knee and lie upon her breast, and our mission seems to me the highest and the best. And so I say with pride untold, and love beyond degree, this woman with a heart of gold, she just keeps house for me. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Love's Humility by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. I love her, yes, the younger of them said. I think her beautiful beyond compare. How proudly does she carry that small head, with all its wealth of silky night black hair! And then her warm red mouth, I see it now, was it not made for kisses? And her chin, so round and firm, the smooth unwrinkled brow, each cheek with such a cunning dimple in, she is so piquant, winsome, fair, and good, I could not choose but love her if I would. Did I not love her well, think you her charms would move my pulse in this delicious way, and make me long to fold her in my arms, hold her love's prisoner by day and night? 'Tis joy to think of her white-lidded eyes, so full of dreams, so full of tender speech, her slender form, and yet it were not wise to be too rash. Come, let your wisdom teach. She is so piquant, winsome, fair, and good, I could not choose but love her if I would. I fain would make her all my own, this maid. I love her well, but would it be quite right to risk so much? At times I grow afraid to lift her up to such a dizzy height. You know my prospects, and you know my pride. It is a weighty matter to be wed, and yet I only know when at her side that life is rich in joy and bliss. We said, she is so piquant, winsome, fair, and good, I could not choose but love her if I would. I could not choose but love her if I would. You boast, but if you loved her you would say, I would not choose but love her if I could. So answered him the old man, stern and grey, There's passion in your words, but you have fears. Your high position, ah, you are afraid. Boy, learn this truth from one of sober years. The man who really, truly loves a maid knows only two things well, no more, no less, her matchless worth, his own unworthiness. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Our Host and His House by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Nay, rail not, dear, at time in such rude way. 'Tis scarcely fair, since he has been our host for such a while, and rail not at the world, this grey old ivy-covered manor house wherein his long has entertained us both, since we have broken bread with him, danced in his halls. Let us not talk of him in slighting way. What though he has not given lavishly, for daily use, the rich things in his store? Rare things grow common quite when they are used in common way, you know this for yourself, and delicacies lose their flavor when the palate tires of them. But ah, on state occasions has he not been prodigal? O wine of life that he has poured for us, poured freely till it ran the goblet o'er, and trickled down in little rosy streams. Believe me, dear, for all his length of beard, so snowy white his venerable air, enough of youth lurks in his bosom still, to make him lenient with foolishness, for often he has stolen off and left us standing heart to heart, and has he not sometimes stilled all his house lest we should wake too soon from some rapt dream of tenderness? Then, too, for playthings he has given us hours, filled full enough of rapture unalloyed, to cover every day of all the years, with common happiness, if properly spread out. As for this grey old world, it is not half so mirk, so wanting in all light, all glow and warmth, as some declare. As we oft picture to ourselves, my dear, it has its windows looking east and west, it has its sunset and its morning gold. The trouble is we will look toward the east at eventide, and toward the sombre west, when heaven is shaking down upon the world a lusty infant day, and so we miss the glory of the sunset and the dawn. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Mother's Story by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. She told a wonderful story, the mother so fair and good, of the deep and strange old mystery men have never understood. It was such a pretty story, I wove it into a rhyme, to read to myself when the skies were grey at the end of summer time. Now listen, she said, my children, to every word that I say. Dear Marjorie, share the hearthrug with your restless sister May. And you, my lad, with the great dark eyes, may share the couch with me, while the baby girl with doll in arms shall sit upon mother's knee. Your faces change as I carry your thoughts through the ebb and flow of someone's joys and someone's hopes, and I love to watch the glow in Marjorie's eyes as we talk of elves in their wild and wanton glee, when they make the dim old forest ring with the sound of revelry. But May cares only to listen when I tell some quaint home tale. She likes a cot on a wooded hill and flocks of sheep in the vale. While you, my lad, with the dreamy eyes, you love the prose and the rhyme, the deeds of daring, the deeds of might of good King Arthur's time. To-day May asked me a question, and I've pondered it for hours. God's acre, she said, is full of bloom. Do the dead folks turn to flowers? There's a tender story, my children, that may comfort you some day. When mother sleeps in God's acre and the flowers blossom gay, the soft-voiced angels of life and love, they whispered to Christ one day, we pray thee that when one fair and good in the earth is laid away, that we in the golden dawn may go alone where the sleeper lies, and sing in the solemn silence the songs learned in paradise. Answered Christ, go sing till comes springing up from the sod beneath, the lily, white as a ransomed soul, the rose with its fragrant breath. A silence fell on the little group, there were tears in Marjorie's eyes. It was a wonderful story, and mother was oh so wise. Then the wee girl clapped her dimpled hands and said in her loving way, when you turn to a posy, mamma, I'll water you every day. It was such a pretty story, I wove it into a rhyme, to read to myself when the skies were grey at the end of summer time. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. In Lover's Lane by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. O ranting bully with clamorous breath, O vandal, why come you down from the north? With frost in your breath, and wrath in your voice, and force in your arms to level and toss, you rush through the wood and threaten the trees, the giants of oak, of beech, and of elm, playmates of yours ere age had o'ertaken, stolen their vigor, their sap, and their life, the tender child trees, the slender child trees, you worry, you beat, you fling to the earth, lithe and supple are they to defy you, swiftly they spring up as soon as you pass, trembling a little with fear and anger, but whole and unhurt, the slender young things. It is not enough that you bend and you break, and make you a path wherever you go, but you must enter this quiet old lane, shut out from the world by lattice of vines. Where's Eve, pretty Eve, so prim and demure, is walking with someone, taking the air. You rest behind them, plotting new mischief. Rest till a soft hush falls down on the world. Rest till the growing things listen and laugh, thinking you gone to your lair in the north. Then you begin to stir and to mutter, growing in anger till big with your wrath. On you come rushing, vandal, how can you liberties take with a maiden so fair? Eve, as you walk so primly beside him, keeping your distance, nor heeding his sighs, chin tilted forward, eyes straight before you, parasol swinging in one little hand, blue gown all flounces, ribbons a flutter, dainty and winsome and proud as a queen. There is no time, the boorish thing takes you, you and your ruffles, your ribbons and curls, you and your primness, your blushes and airs, straight to the arms of the man at your side. You have no conscience, swaggering north wind, else would you hasten and leave them alone. Why must you push her yet nearer to him, buffet and beat her, you ruffian strong? She has to hide her face on his bosom, while you go whirling in ecstasy round. Then you loosen her bronze hair and fling it, warm and electric, up over his cheek, hair soft and shiny, full of allurement, tempting a mortal to feel of its gold. Down you go soberly over the fields, making believe you have left them for good, driving the cattle and scaring the flocks, shaking the cedars that stand on the hill. Then when she loosens herself from his grasp, laughing and blushing, as red as a rose, back you come flying on mischief intent, pleased to torment the fair maid in the lane. Oh, how you buffet her, boor that you are! Oh, how you flutter her garments abroad, clutch at her flounces so pretty and neat, worry the ribbons that hang at her waist, then growing fiercer you roar and you rage, whirling and twirling to show off your strength. Pay no attention to prayer or mishap, drive her to shelter again in his arms, watching so closely the glances she gives, wondering greatly how much she regrets all that has happened since, prim and demure, out from the farmhouse she started at noon. Maidens are queer things, you laugh to yourself, hiding their faces and owning to naught. Why must she whimper? She's glad to be there, glad to be holding so closely to him, glad to feel round her his caretaking arms, glad to be listening to all that he tells, glad that I rumpled her shiny bronze hair, making her fairer in somebody's eyes, glad that I thrashed out her primness and pride, glad she'll not own it, mark her distress now. Oh, but these maidens are curious things. Listen, old North Wind, listen and peer. You have no manners, no conscience, no shame. Words of the lovers you greedily seize, and go shrieking them out to the world. She's an angel, so fair and so tender, too good for mortal, the loveliest best. Oh, you prying, inquisitive meddler, one thing you miss though, the sweetest of all, not even a breath of love's first warm kiss is wasted on you, O boor of the North. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. O Last Days of the Year by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. O last days of the year, she whispered low, you fly too swiftly past. Ah, you might stay a while, a little while, do you not know what tender things you bear with you away? I'm thinking, sitting in the soft gloom here, of all the riches that were mine the day there crept down on the world the soft new year, a rosy thing with promise filled and gay. But 12 short months ago, a little space, in which to lose so much, a whole life's wealth, of love and faith, youth and youth's tender grace, things that are wont to go from us by stealth. Laughter and blushes, and the rapture strong, the clasp of clinging hands, the burning kiss, the joy of living, and the glorious song that drew its sweetness from a full heart's bliss. O gladness great, O wealth of tenderness, that were my own one little year ago. A bankrupt I, gone faith, gone warm caress, gone love, gone youth, gone all, she whispered low. O last days of the year, you take away the riches that I held so close and dear. Go not so swiftly, stay a little, stay, with one poor bankrupt, last days of the year. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Back on the Farm by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. I'll tell you what I wish I was when the days like these arrive, and spring puts all her gagnaws on, and all the world's alive. I wish I was a boy again, a boy back on the farm, and watching all the grown stuff and cowslips gettin' warm, a playing round the whole long day, as happy as a lark, and never out of mischief once from daylight until dark, with such a lot of things to hear, and such a lot to see, and my dog Rover at my heels to keep me company, a watching the big sun go down behind the treetops high, and wishing I could climb the one that reached up to the sky, a listening to the katydids a jawing in the lane, and sniffing up the earthy smell that comes before a rain, laughing to see the white-wooled sheep come skipping down the hill, and feeling such a heap of joy I couldn't quite keep still, and by a dozing off, and waking up to hear my mother say, "Come in the house, 'tis past your bedtime, dear." A longing takes me on these days when all the world gets warm. A longing just to be a boy back on the farm. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. He Meditates on the Critic by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Criticism is a tonic, very healthy in effect, wrote he, and my verse, Byronic, did most ruthlessly reject. He's a villain, deep politic, bitter things these tonics all, manufactured by the critic from his mighty store of gall. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Jacinthe by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. We have been something more than friends, Jacinthe. You know that well, yet now you say my friend. I give you welcome home in such cold way. I scarce believe it is Jacinthe who speaks, Jacinthe who used to give, but let it pass. The new year finds me with a heavy heart. I come to seek the girl I used to know, the happy, trusting, tender girl, and lo, I find her grown into a woman proud, with richer dower of beauty for her own, but far less lovable than my Jacinthe. Jacinthe, we both are changed, I think. Derwent, it is not so. I am not of the sort that gets new friends, like fashions, for each season as it comes. Jacinthe, hark to the bells, a happy year, Derwent. Give me your hand and wish as much for me. Derwent, you wish me happiness, and yet deny my heart the highway to it. Jacinthe, happiness! I would that words might win the elusive thing to carry with thee alway. How I would wheedle! She cannot suit her step to ours for long. She weareth of our slow and sober pace, and flitteth where she will. Now near, now far away, we search in vain, and when we go with downbent head and eyes, tear-filled, lo, on a sudden shineth round our feet her rainbow hues, and to our breast she creepeth down with eager willingness. Derwent, there's sweetness in thy words, such sweetness as wells up from fragrant things though they be dead. A violet's breath lives longer than its bloom. So in this tender wish of thine I read, once on a time thy love was mine. Jacinthe, and peace, sweet peace whose softest note can drown the cry of bitterness, oh, I would have her keep thy company, go with thee all the day, sleep on thine heart from dusk till rosy dawn, and all such pretty joys be borne to thee as come with fragrant breath, and dewy lips, and subtle tender touch, to keep our love towards God and man a warm and living thing. A happy year! A happy, happy year! Derwent, nay, from the velvet heart of flower in bloom comes this last wave of sweetness, my Jacinthe. Love is not dead in that white breast of thine. O glad bells, ring ye out to all the world, a happy year! A happy, happy year! End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Her First Sleigh-Ride, by Jean Blewett. read.for.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, B.C. All night the snowflakes sought the earth, the snowflakes big and white. They covered up the meadows brown, they bent the bushes slight. At morn the sun with wondrous pomp came climbing o'er the hill, and lent 1,000 beauties to the world so fair and still. Ruth at the old manse window stood, a wonder in her gaze. The earth was turned to fairyland, she cried out in amaze. Her cousin Ronald laughed and said, "This is no fairyland, but a Canadian landscape clothed in beauty wild and grand. In Georgia you have naught like this, ice, snow, and wintry gale. The southern air is warm and soft, the southern girls are pale. Not pale the face she turned to him, in each soft cheek the red flamed up. You need not say a word against the South, she said. I envy not your rosy maids their colour or their land. I love the warmth of our blue sky, the bloom on every hand, far more than all your snow-capped hills and forests ghostly white, and mournful winds that love to play a dirge both day and night." Thereat his father, kindly soul, as ever put to sleep both saint and sinner in the pew, with sermon long and deep, bade him not tease a sister so, "Come make your peace straightway, then harness and bring out Black Bess, for on this glorious day My Ruth shall have a rare good treat, a sleigh ride, do you hear? The air will warm up towards noon, for see the sky is clear. Come, you should love each other well, so near of kin you are. My child, in Ronald you shall have a brother good and true." "No brother I," the graceless youth did hastily exclaim, And Ruth affronted bade him wait until she made such claim. Black Bess came prancing from her stall, so smooth, so shiny skinned. Give her the rein and she would race as swiftly as the wind. She tossed her slender head and pawed the snow drifts as she stood, And shook her bells until they chimed, so eager was her mood. "Whoa, Bess! Be patient for a while," said Ronald, as with care He tucked the robes so thick and warm about his cousin fair. Then off they sped away, away, the snowbirds flew afraid. The frost came in the air to touch the cheeks of man and maid. The yellow sunbeams raced with them, and made a glow and gleam, Put rainbow colours on the bridge that spanned the frozen stream. A white highway they followed down into the valley wide, And whiter yet the sun-kissed hills that rose on either side. Black Bess made all her chiming bells flow music clear and sweet, As on she sped, and on, a handsome thing and fleet. But when the forest wide was reached, she took a sober pace, As though to give them time to note the beauty of the place. The giant heads were crowned with snow, the giant limbs were dressed, And close about the giant girths the snowy drifts were pressed. And Ruth, a fair and radiant Ruth, said softly, "This is grand. Old Winter makes his home, I trow, in this wide northern land. You lacked in courtesy to day, but this ride makes amends. So, Ronald, now, a truce, I say, let us be loyal friends." "No friend am I," he said, and laughed to note her look of pride. "What boors you are, here in the north," the angry maiden cried. "And now for home and supper warm, we'll need them without doubt." Homeward they flew, Black Bess as fresh as when she started out. The sun with all his gorgeous train went down behind the crest Of one tall hill, but left a glow of crimson in the west. So soft, so pure the old world lay as the young night came down, For covered all her gardens sere, her meadows bare and brown. He spoke at length, I will not be your brother or your friend, But I will be your lover true till life and love shall end. The blue eyes looked into the brown, he bent his head full low, He may have kissed her tender mouth, but this no one can know. Ho, ho! This winter air is fine, the old man cried with glee. Did you enjoy my treat? Your cheeks are rosy as can be. I did, Ruth owned, and stretched her hands out to the cheerful blaze. I like Canadian scenery, I like Canadian ways. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. His Own Little Black-Eyed Lad by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. It is time for bed, so the nurse declares, but I slip off to the cozy nook at the head of the stairs, where Daddy's reading his book. I want to sit here a while on your knee, I say as I toast my feet, and I want you to pop some corn for me, and give me an apple sweet. I tickle him under the chin just so, and I say, please can't I, Dad? Then I kiss his mouth so he can't say no to his own little black-eyed lad. You can't have a pony this year at all, says my stingy Uncle Joe, after promising it, and there's the stall, fixed ready for it, you know. One can't depend on his uncles, I see, it's daddies that are the best, and I find mine and climb on his knee, as he takes his smoke and rest. I tickle him under the chin just so, and I say, please can't I, Dad? Then I kiss his mouth so he can't say no to his own little black-eyed lad. I want to skate, and oh what a fuss, for fear I'll break through the ice. This woman that keeps our house for us, she isn't what I call nice. She wants a boy to be just like a girl, to play in the house all day, keep his face all clean, and his hair in curl, but Dad doesn't think that way. I tickle him under the chin just so, and I say, please can't I, Dad? Then I kiss his mouth so he can't say no to his own little black-eyed lad. You're growing so big, says my dad to me, soon be a man, I suppose, too big to climb up on your old dad's knee, and toast your 10 little toes. Then his voice it gets the funniest shake, and oh, but he hugs me tight. I say when I can't keep my eyes awake, let me sleep with you tonight. I tickle him under the chin just so, and I say, please can't I, Dad? Then I kiss his mouth so he can't say no to his own little black-eyed lad. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Be Good and Glad by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Why do you sigh as days go by, and carry such a weight of sadness? To wistful eyes the hot tears rise, yet life holds store of joy and gladness. The sunbeams gay are out today, then worry not about tomorrow, nor shrink, nor start with beating heart, nor grave fears for the future borrow. Let us not weep when shadows deep about our pathway seem to gather, but go our way without dismay, for children we, the Lord our Father. I hold there must be faith and trust, for others' sins a full forgiving, the greeting glad for sick and sad, if we would taste the joys of living. The sunlight streams, the old world dreams, and by the stars will glimmer, the lamps that swing when earth was young, yet have not older grown, or dimmer. And blind we are, or we would see this lesson in the skies above us, that all the way, by night or day, God watchful is, since He doth love us. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Making Up by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. We quarrel and make up again, and then some day we quarrel and forget, straight away, the making up. The first harsh word comes tremblingly, we shame to fling, and forth, ah me, 'twill wound and sting what we hold dear. Ashamed and penitent, we cry, forgive, and kiss. There is a wealth of joy and bliss in making up. The next harsh word comes easier, till by and by we think it foolishness to cry for peace again. The discord swells in every line, and soon we grow so used to it we hardly know the once sweet air. We quarrel and make up again, and then some day we quarrel and forget, straight away, the making up. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
O Radiant Stream by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. River St. Lawrence, tranquil and fair, soft in the sunlight, blue as the sky, crowned with a beauty tender and rare, and kissed by the breeze that goes hurrying by. Warm dost thou look, and fair as a dream, speeding so merrily out to the sea, so strong and so gentle, O radiant stream, the smile of the summer is resting on thee. River St. Lawrence, tranquil and fair, winding thy way for 1,000 long miles, past meadow and homestead, past rocks grim and bare, with a song for the shore, a kiss for the isles, lovingly cradled on thy broad breast, isles without number and fair as can be. O sweet shining river, bonniest, best, the smile of the summer is resting on thee. River St. Lawrence, tranquil and fair, light bearing the great ships along, boats with their white sails spread out in the air, the broad rafts of timber so clumsy and strong, the slender canoe as swift as a bird. The Indian builds with bark from a tree, thou bearest them all unwearied, unstirred, the smile of the summer is resting on thee. River St. Lawrence, tranquil and fair, pure are thy waters that bask in the light, thy ripples of laughter ring sweet on the air, the rocks bend to listen by day and by night, the turbulent streams rushing down from the hills to mingle and race with thee out to sea, steal not from thy azure, O beauty that thrills, the smile of the summer is resting on thee. River St. Lawrence, tranquil and fair, onward thou speedest, so deep and so wide, the sunbeams that lurk on thy bosom, see there a tremulous tumult of love and of pride, of love and of pride for the place of thy birth, thy far-away mother, the fresh-water sea, from whence thou didst spring forth to gladden God's earth. The smile of the summer is resting on thee. River St. Lawrence, tranquil and fair, soft in the sunlight, blue as the sky, crowned with beauty tender and rare, and kissed by each breeze that goes hurrying by. Warm dost thou look, and fair as a dream, speeding so merrily out to the sea, so mighty, so gentle, O radiant stream, the smile of the summer is resting on thee. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Sweetbriar Maid by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. I called her Sweetbriar when we first walked deep down in the winding lane. The wild birds sang, and we laughed, and we talked, deep down in the winding lane. We met in the sunshine of one spring day, youthful and happy and free. Into her keeping my heart flew straight away, pretty and piquant was she. Her hazel eyes were so gentle and meek, but scornful her mouth and chin. Her brow was severe, but each rosy cheek had a roguish dimple in. And I cried, I love you, my Sweetbriar Maid. And then, O moment of bliss, my lips to her cherry red lips I lay, and tasted my first love kiss. 'Twas ever and ever so long ago, but I remember it yet. Ah, the springtime of life, its bloom and its glow, the heart can never forget. My Sweetbriar Maid I would give to-day the wealth, the fame, and the gold that the years have brought if they'd roll away and leave us the thrill of old. If only straight backward old time would move, ah, wishing is all in vain, and leave us with youth and joy and love deep down in that winding lane. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. My Canada by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. My Canada, I would that I thy child might frame a song half worthy of thy name. Proudly I say, this is our country, strong and broad and grand. This is our Canada, our native land. My Canada, 'tis meet that all the world should know how far thy sweeping rivers flow, how fair to-day thy bonny lakes upon thy bosom lie, their faces laughing upward to the sky. My Canada, we look alway with love and pride upon thy forests deep and wide, and gladly say, these giant fellows, mighty grown with age, are part and parcel of our heritage. My Canada, so rich in glow and bracing air, with meadows stretching everywhere, with gardens gay, with smiling orchards sending forth to greet full breaths of perfume from their burdens sweet. My Canada, thou art not old, thou art not skilled, but through the ages youth hath thrilled. 'Tis dawn with thee, thou has a glorious promise, and thy powers are measured only by the golden hours. My Canada, what thou art now we know full well. What thou wilt grow to be, ah, who can tell? We see to-day thy lithe form running swiftly in the race For all the things which older lands do grace. My Canada, with loyal sons to take thy part, To hold thee shrined within the heart, Proudly we say, this is our country, strong and broad and grand. God guard thee, Canada, our native land. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Perfect Peace by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Because he trusteth in thee. Isaiah. In an hour when all was anguish, when loss and death were near, I sought the Christ and cried out loud for aid. Through the heavy mist of sorrow his voice came, sweet and clear. Take the promise, let thy mind on me be stayed. For ye shall have perfect peace, and the grieving shall depart, and the striving and the bitterness shall cease. Then laid the wounded hand of him upon my breaking heart. Lo, 'twas mine, the priceless gift of perfect peace. Come let us weigh the tenderness Christ hath for you and me. By the promises he ready stands to prove, let us try to comprehend it, the gift so full and free. Oh, the height and depth and length and breadth of love! He is so patient with us as he guides our stubborn feet, so patient though we wander far astray. Lean on the everlasting strength, he saith in accents sweet, as we falter and we stumble by the way. For ye shall have perfect peace, and the grieving shall depart, and the striving and the bitterness shall cease. Then laid the wounded hand of him upon my breaking heart. Lo, 'twas mine, the priceless gift of perfect peace. Blessed Christ, if we could bring thee the years so swiftly gone. Oh, the wasted hours, the swiftly coming night, the finding in the twilight what we might have found at dawn. Thee, the source of strength and joy and all delight. I can thank thee now for taking what I held dear away. For my mind on thee, and thee alone, is stayed. Thou wilt give back my treasures in the coming golden day. I will trust thee, and I will not be afraid. For I shall have perfect peace, and the grieving shall depart, and the striving and the bitterness shall cease. Then laid the wounded hand of him upon my breaking heart. Lo, 'twas mine, the priceless gift of perfect peace. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The King's Gift by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. The angels open the windows wide in the world so far above us. Lo, all about us, on every side, falls the new-born year, unstained, untried. O angel hearts that love us! Ye, take our yesterdays dim and old, touched with sorrow and sinning, and ye give to us with a grace untold the year's soft dew and the dawn of gold. Ye give us the fresh beginning. Unstained the new year falls at our feet from the world so far above us, and what it will bring of joy complete, or take of treasures tender and sweet, Ye know, O hearts that love us. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
I Love Her Well by Jean Blewett, sung for LibriVox.org by Ezwa in Belgium in August 2017. I love her well, day after day, I tell the old words over, they ring no change from grave to gay, it is enough, I love her well, nay, never ask the reason why I do so, ask flowers that in the sunshine bask, the reason why they grew so. They'll tell you heaven saw the need, and so on earth's brown bosom the angels scattered out the seed, the sunbeams kissed to blossom. I love her well, day after day, I tell the old words over, they ring no change from grave to gay, it is enough, I love her. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Good Night by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. I am not brave enough to sing the requiem of a hope just dead. That word goodbye will surely bring the shadow upon swifter wing. Come, let us say good night instead. See, where upon the water's crest the sky comes down, a samite pall, to our poor vision, dim at best, that curtain of rare amethyst marks the sure ending of it all. Ah, heart, the lesson you forget. This wind which goes with hurrying sweep sees farther on and farther yet. The white ships go, the waters fret, the tender stars their vigils keep. So not goodbye, good night, that's all. The loneliness, the loss is mine. Tomorrow when the glad winds call, the folds of mist will backward fall, and leave me with my hand in thine. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Her Gold by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. I covet her gold, sir, no farther I got. His wrath down upon me so swiftly descended. A gay fortune hunter, a spendthrift, a sot, were names I was called before he had ended. You covet her gold! Ah! No man with a heart would do such a thing, not even a pauper. With you on life's journey my child shall not start, if counsel of mine and warning can stop her. I covet her gold, and believe me, I said, the honest fact will in no way surprise her. I covet her gold, sir, the gold on her head. Once it is mine, you may call me a miser. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Goodbye to Work by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Goodbye to work, I say, and straight. The pain of having such to say puts coward touches on my face and leaves me strangely old and grey. Why not? We deem it not amiss, beside the coffin and the pall, to let our loss fill all our thought, to let our tears like raindrops fall. And when I stand and voice today the thought of my reluctant heart, unclasp your bands and go your way, O work, 'tis time for us to part. I say goodbye to more than friend, a comrade staunch and tried and true, who linked his faith with that of mine, and placed with me the dull year through, to work the one enduring thing, born of my vast desire for good, and nourished by each grand resolve that swept my being like a flood, to work the gracious thing and strong, that found the welcome of a bride, when life was in its green, glad spring, the coming years outstretching wide. When not as laggard to his task, but as a lover, warm and true, I held it close in my embrace, and felt its greatness thrill me through. O work, if time had passed us by, and left us youth and youth's desires, what heights, nay never soul of man, mounts up so high as it aspires. The year's harsh things that steal the dew from all that's fair, disdain to show such mercy towards our purpose strong, to learn untouched its tender glow. Not always kind, not often fair, since hearts so rarely constant prove. What wonder that my fever passed, that dulled grew the sharp edge of love? When eyes entreating met my own, between would come your changeless face, till thwarted I would feel to cry, O work, release me for a space. But what man putting the last kiss on lips once loved recalls to mind one slight defect, the haughty look, the thoughtless word, the act unkind, but lets the memory of each grace, each sweetness, each light tender trick, throng to his heart, feel at his strings, until the tears fall hot and thick. So work, I find, since you and I may walk together nevermore, I hold you dear enough to wish that we might live the dead years o'er. Goodbye my work, and straight the pain of having such a thing to say, Prince Coward touches on my face, and leaves me strangely old and grey. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Somebody by Jean Blewett, sung for LibriVox.org by Ezwa in Belgium in August 2017. She is plain of face, she hath little grace, they say when they speak of me. 'Tis little I care, I am more than fair in the eyes of somebody. She is cold, they say, as a winter's day, it mattereth not to me. For the glow and heat of my true heart's beat is known unto somebody. She holdeth in hand neither gold or land, other dull eyes cannot see. How rich and great is my broad estate in the heart of somebody. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
My Little Maid by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. My little maid, you grow too old, I'm afraid. Your birthday, is it? Tell me, dear, how long ago did you come here? What, 5 today? How tall you grow! I wish time would not hurry so. I wish he'd go on his way, nor call on us for many a day. Stay in the baby world so new, its flowers are drowning in the dew, its paths are soft to tender feet. Stay in the baby world, my sweet. My little maid, You grow too old, I'm afraid. The question's trembling on your tongue. Tell me you are no longer young. How many hours are in the year? How high up is the heaven clear? And do the ships, so big and grand, go sailing to some other land? Stay in the baby world, so new, its flowers are drowning in the dew, its paths are soft to tender feet. Stay in the baby world, my sweet. My little maid, my little maid, you grow too old, I am afraid. Your schoolhouse holds your steady gaze, your mind is in a wondrous maze. So much to learn, so much to see, you're just as busy as can be. My nursery rhymes have all been told, Red Riding Hood will soon be old. Stay in the baby world so new, its flowers are drowning in the dew, its paths are soft to tender feet. Stay in the baby world, my sweet. My little maid, my little maid, you grow too old, I am afraid. Your tender face, it seems to me, is filled full of expectancy. A spirit questioning and wise looks out at me from your dark eyes, till I am fain to hold you fast, and hide you while old time goes past. Stay in the baby world so new, its flowers are drowning in the dew, its paths are soft to tender feet. Stay in the baby world, my sweet. My little maid, my little maid, you grow too old, I am afraid. 5 years, it seems a little while, since you came here, with slow sweet smile on your wee mouth, your pretty chin, and each cheek with a dimple in, your soft hands clutching at the air, your birthright all our love and care. Stay in the baby world so new, its flowers are drowning in the dew, its paths are soft to tender feet. Stay in the baby world, my sweet. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Heather White by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Sprig o' heather, you were born where the mountains greet the morn, just within the shadow dim of the grey rocks, harsh and grim, just beside the torrent's brim, you were born. I, a naturalist, can trace in thy sweet, sky-lifted face signs and tokens of the place, clear as morn. Breath that comes from 'mong the firs, when the wet-faced sea-wind stirs in its flight. Night of gloom and day of gold, hill and vale, white flocks enfold. Ah, to-night! Dim my eyes grow as they see all thy dear heart shows to me, blossom from across the sea, heather white. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Granny's Message to Jack by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. You're sending Jack a letter, dear. Today he's 21, and plainly I can read your pride and joy in the dear son. He wants a message. Ah, if I could take his hand in mine, instead of putting all my love in one poor little line, but write out clear and let it read to Jack away from home. Old Granny says get ready for the kingdom come. Your smiling daughter as you write, but Jack won't smile that way. His mind will just go flying back to thoughts of yesterday, before he got so big and strong, and oh, so very nice. when he was Granny's white-haired boy, just dreaming of the skies. So write out clear and let it read, to Jack away from home. Old Granny says get ready, for the kingdom come. Somehow the letters that we get don't seem to come from him, and often when I've read them through, my poor old eyes are dim. He talks too much of worldly things, my Jack was never proud of wealth and fame and power to win, and going with the crowd. So write out clear and let it read, to Jack away from home. Old Granny says get ready, for the kingdom come. You think his birthday calls for more, that one poor little line. Nay, there are those who love him less, to make him wishes fine. My words go from a faithful heart, they're true, and they are warm. There's loving wisdom in them too, to keep my boy from home. So write out clear and let it read, to Jack away from home. Old Granny says get ready, for the kingdom come. I'd like to see him as he reads, his blue eyes brimmin' o'er, and good thoughts rising white and strong, to be forgot no more. Heaven will be nearer to his heart than it has been for years, for he will read in these few words my love, my hope, my prayers. So write it clear and let it read, to Jack away from home. Old Granny says get ready, for the kingdom come. Old Granny says get ready, for the kingdom come. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Ever and Ever So Long Ago by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Oh, life has its seasons, joyous and drear, its summer bloom and its frost and snow, but the fairest of all, I tell you, dear, was the sweet old spring of the long ago, the ever and ever so long ago, when we walked together among the flowers, when the world with beauty was all aglow. Oh, the rain and dew, oh, the shine and showers of the sweet old spring of the long ago, the ever and ever so long ago. A hunger for all of the past delight is stirred by the winds that softly blow. Oh, spare but a thought, dear, from heaven tonight, for the sweet old spring of the long ago, the ever and ever so long ago. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Height by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. The climbing step by step up pathways steep had wearied me upon that summer day, till, by and by, a strong hand seemed to sweep all save the joyousness of life away. The heavens stretched their azure folds above. I stood, my feet upon the dizzy height. I had not thought to reach, save in my dreams, the whirring of an eagle's wings in flight, towards rarer winds and still more dazzling gleams of the red sun, with every sound abroad. Full sweet the silence of the solemn place, where nature, radiant, grew so close to God. You saw his very kiss upon her face, and heard the mystic murmur of his love. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Her Portrait by Jean Blewett. LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. A little child, she stood that far off day, when Love, the master painter, took the brush, and on the wall of memory dull and gray, traced tender eyes, wide brow, and changing blush, the gladness and the youth, the bending head, all covered over with its curls of gold, the dimpled arms, the two hands filled with bread, to feed the little sparrows, brown and bold, that flutter to her feet. It hangs there still, just as 'twas painted on that far off day, nor faded is the blush upon the cheek, the sweet lips holding their smiling and can thrill, and still the eyes, so tender and so meek, light up the walls of memory dull and gray. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. God Loveth Us by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. God loveth us, in pain or bliss. O heart, be true and strong. God loveth us, and knowing this, we know life's sweetest song. God loveth us, O eyes that find life's lesson hard to read, by tears of loss made dim and blind, learn his great love instead. God loveth us, O hands that grasp at human tenderness, and then in emptiness unclasp, he waits to fill and bless. God loveth us, O weary feet, that find life's pathway long, his love provides a rest so sweet, the hope of it makes strong. God loveth us, O hearts that ache with striving all in vain, his tender hand is reached to take the bitterness and pain. God loveth us, O fallen one, creep upward to the light. God's radiant stars shine on and on until the dawn grows bright. God loveth us, in pain or bliss. O heart, be true and strong. God loveth us, and knowing this, we know life's sweetest song. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. An Etching by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. A harvester throws up the sheaves, and hums a merry old refrain. Some thistles show their prickly leaves among the swaths of yellow grain. The briar bushes, soft and green, quite hide the zigzag fence away, and all the space that lies between is carpeted with new mown hay. The heat of noonday presses all to rest and silence, full and deep, and still the cheery robins call to show that they are not asleep. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Shadows by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. O sweet white rose, I pray you tell why in that fragrant heart of thine, where golden sunbeams seldom fell, all grace and gladness seems to dwell, and summer fragrance hold its shrine. Sweet am I, west wind, sweet and white, then leave me in the shadow pray, here soft dew bathe me all the night, and no harsh sunbeam come at light, to kiss the great white tears away. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. A Merry Christmas unto ye, by Jean Blewett. (read-for-LibriVox.org) by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. A Merry Christmas unto ye! The wish is old, the sweet refrain Of that song carolled long ago, When love crept down o'er hill and plain, Singing, full toned, to hearts in pain, Peace and good will! Let white flowers grow, A Merry Christmas unto ye! End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Marguerite by Jean Blewett. (read-for-LibriVox.org) by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. All light and love and golden grace, one full glad day, one summer day, Goes ever with me on my way, And to no other yields a place. Do you remember Marguerite? Ah, faithful one, I need not ask, Since to forget is such a task, My strength fails toiling at it, sweet. We climbed the path among the hills, And laughed to see the wild birds go, All startled, flying to and fro, Afraid of great and unknown ills. The wind laughed with us, and grew warm With breath of leaf, and stalk, and flower, No space of that delicious hour But held a fresh and subtle charm, Till by and by we stood and knew Ourselves upon the height alone. For us the blue sky smiled and shone, The great world only held us two. So fair, so cold it could not be, Thou wert so proud, my Marguerite, Thou wert so proud, and oh, so sweet, I scarce could look at all on thee. Till in me grew a madness born Of the wind blowing from the south, I bent and kissed thee on the mouth, The ripe red mouth, the bow of scorn. No scorn was on it then, my sweet, But tenderness beyond compare, Thy white soul laid its secret bare, Thy love was mine, mine, Marguerite. I whispered foolish things and fond, O bliss, for which I vainly yearned, Not for me, the truth I learned, Thine hand had signed stern duty's bond. It was the end we did not say, The lover's lingering good bye, Only the day's glad soul did die, And earth and heaven alike were grey. Did I forget? Is mine a heart, One apt to yield up all its store? I loved thee ever, more and more, Through all the years we dwelt apart. One walked with me a little space, To her I gave affection mild, As to a pretty, winning child, Who sought to cheer me with her grace. With pretty tasks she filled each day, Walked in my home with gentle pride, Called me a dreamer, oft would chide My thoughts for soaring far away. Her robe swept softly to her feet, Her hair fell down a golden fleece, Yet when mine arm embraced Bernice, My soul embraced thee, Marguerite. We cannot change, we cannot pass To other things until we die. Who knows the old love may not lie Within the grave, beneath the grass? Perhaps 'twas wrong, but this I know, My longing I could never still, For love was stronger than my will, And memory would not let thee go. I know where one long silky braid Fell down upon thy snowy neck, And how the blushes came to deck, And when the cunning dimples laid. Each of thy little tricks of speech Hath kept its echo all the while, Thy laughter growing from a smile Which sadness oft would chase and reach. And now we stand alone again, With naught to keep us far apart Come to thy home within my heart, and there forget all loss and pain. Come with that glow upon thy face, we will go back a dozen years, back past the graves, back through the tears, to that cold day of youth and grace, and there take up the golden store of life and love so weighty grown. I hold thy heart against mine own, and thus will hold for evermore. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Hoar Frost on the Wood by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Look through the glistening stubble fields to where, last night, in sullen and complaining mood, over the fate that left them grim and bare, the trees in yonder dear old forest stood. The spring, they moaned, ah, it will be a while ere she can reach us with her magic wand. Who was it heard? To-day miles upon mile there stretches out a white enchanted land. Each tall tree hath a weight of gems that shine. Mark how the sun can draw its beauties out. On every soft white thing its kisses fall, till in the air we see a dazzling line of sparkling gems. It is a glorious rout of nature's children holding carnival. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Two Creeds by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. The priest was earnest and sincere. He deemed that this stout cavalier, this stranger unto Christ's dear grace, who rested with him for a space, should hear the truth. What saith the creed? To every man that stands in need, through weary miles of pilgrimage, has tried his strength, yet would he wage stout war of argument tonight, with heathen ignorance of right. With faltering tongue he then began to picture to this fellow man, in error born, on error nursed, by pride and passion doubly cursed, the glories of a city fair, to which men climb on narrow stair, of self-denial, prayer and fast, and zeal unflagging to the last. Its gates that flash the sunlight back, what touch of splendor do they lack? I see them lift themselves upright, of pearl unblemished, pure and white. Its streets gleam yellow in the sun, through fields of green its waters run, and o'er it all no shadow flies, the sun sets not in paradise. From every throat swells forth a song, not one is mute of that vast throng, who through the weeping and the night have found their way to heaven's delight. No bitterness, no cry of pain, no grieving over mortal strain, no shrinking will, no coward fear, no breaking heart, no scalding tear, in the fair city built above, for this is heaven, and heaven is love. The other bowing courteously, thanks for this kindness done to me. I doffed my boldness and my pride, and sat here meekly by your side, while you, for a brief moment's space, painted the beauty of that place where white souls live. Now list to me, and bear your head as reverently, while I set forth before your eyes the glories of my paradise, a garden hidden quite away, where stranger footsteps never stray. The yellow sun shines all day long, the wild bird sings his choicest song, There at the gate my angel stands, to welcome me with outstretched hands. A lotus bud gleams in her hair, her round soft arms all white and bare. Between her lips warm kisses hide, love in her eyes that open wide. A perfume comes up from the beds of lilies hanging their white heads. The pearls of dew begin to fall, a night bird to its mate doth call. The changing shadows softly move, but never touch the face I love. You know, O priest, so learned and wise, the sun sets not in paradise. You tell of rest that waits the few that strive with earnest zeal and true to gain it as the years go past by toil and care and patient fast. O priest, my heaven gives richer dole, it takes the laggard, worthless soul, and fills it up with rapture sweet, and makes it know itself complete. Rest, never penance won such rest as comes to me when her white breast is made a pillow for my cheek, when her dark eyes look down and speak. O love, the world and all its care lies quiet outside this garden fair. You know, O priest, so learned and wise, the sun sets not in paradise. You look for heaven after death, I draw it in with every breath. I am content, be you the same, if I mistake, be mine the blame. But in one fair, sweet odored grove lies heaven, if heaven means peace and love. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. His Ex-Platonic Friend by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. I've lost a thing of value great, and woe is me, I'll now find it. The very choicest thing of all, or sure, you know I wouldn't mind it. Some call it friendship, I don't know, but take their word as is my duty. But if the definition's true, then friendship is a thing of beauty. For mine took on so fair a form, it charmed away all care and sadness. It flashed out beams so strong and warm, away went everything but gladness. It looked from tender eyes of brown, and spake my greatest fault forgiven. In wondrous sweetness there it shone, in truest eyes outside of heaven. I felt it in the hand I clasped, so small and yet so strong to guide me through waters deep or breakers past, or aught that threatened to betide me. With ripe red lips it spake to me, O voice that always soothes and blesses, while I, Philistine, felt to pray that I might silence it with kisses. I've lost all this by my mistake. I walked, you see, not circumspectly. I pressed a claim for love's sweet sake, and friendship took to flight directly. And I am left to think with pain how folly caused my loss and sorrow. Had I my friendship back again, I'd do the very same tomorrow. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Grave by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Oh, the grave is a quiet place, my dear, so still and so quiet by night and by day, reached by no sound either joyous or drear, but keeping its silence alway, alway. Oh, the grave is a restful place, my dear, unvexed by the weightiest loss or gain. All the undone work of the speeding year may beat at its portals in vain, in vain. Oh, the grave is a tender place, my dear, the love immortal, the faith, the trust, the grace and the beauty lie buried there, so pure and so white in a robe of dust. Oh, the grave is a home like place, my dear, where we all do gather when day is done, where the earth mother folds us close and near, and the latch string waits for the laggard one. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Settled by Arbitration by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. The three sat at meat in a country inn, and Patrick's face wore an elegant grin, for the Scotchman lean and the Englishman stout were having a nice little quarrel out. Now it all began when 5 times had gone the glass and bottle to everyone. The Englishman had a stubborn jaw, and could quote whole pages of English law, while the Scotchman was as stern and as grey as the rocks of his country far away. The bottle it made him but look more stern, but the other one took a boasting turn. He talked of their big brave ships on the sea, of their soldiers as brave could be, of the English beef that no land could beat, of their puddings and pastries good to eat, and the Scotchman listened to every word, and seemed agreeing with all that he heard, till the square-jawed fellow by and by claimed his country the wittiest ever named. The English wit, sir, it shines like the sun, ay, the sun in a fog, the other one. Then the arguments flew so thick and fast, they'd have come to blows ere the thing was past, had not Patrick, good-hearted, blithe, and gay, chanced to travel with them that summer day. Now, sure, said he, you know 'tis the fashion to settle disputes by arbitration. Faith, a rail could shindy's the thing for me, but the rail could shindy has ceased to be. Let be the powers and raison a bit, which now and ould Aaron will settle it. Then these two disputants, they both agreed to take his finding in word and deed. The English wit, sir, let's take off our hats, can't be seen by folks that are blind as bats, till nothing of your common, everyday stuff, nor like that of Ireland, vulgar and bluff. Sure, 'tis something I would only compare to what is well known as precious and rare. Say to the famous philosopher's stone, or elixir of life, to old sages known. No Irishman from the hill or the bog would say it was like the sun in a fog. That statement, sirs, on the face is untrue, for sometimes the fog will let the sun through. One pacified man went off with good grace, and Patrick laughed at the other's stern face. You think me a blarney, hark what I say, I tooth the truth in an illigant way. Sure you know, and I know, and every one, the fable of the philosopher's stone. For stone, elixir, and the Englishman's wit, men have searched long, and found it never a bit. Then lo to himself face that joke so clear, that even a Scotchman may see it next year. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Circuit by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. A pretty port I sailed from, so long ago, as day down golden stairway climb to the world below. Ho, mariner, come tell me of a truth, know you a track will lead me back unto the shores of youth? A pretty port I sailed from, so long ago, the blue sky stretching over, blessed all the world below. I laughed good-bye so lightly, nor recked I then forsooth that leagues of years and mist of tears would hide the shores of youth. Yet ever follows after a breath of fragrance rare from hearts of flowers that blossom but in its tender air, and ever hear I, sweet and clear, the music of its birds, the whistling flight of wings at night, the songs too sweet for words, and ever see its beauty, the smiling of its shore, and ever wait and ever long to anchor there once more. Ho, mariner, come tell me of a truth, know you a track will lead me back unto the shores of youth? A pretty port I sailed from, so long ago, as day down golden stairway, passed to the world below. Sail on, till light is done, ho, mariner, so wise, 'tis far behind, so far behind, this port I sailed from lies. Sail on, you tell me, and in the twilight's glow, I'll reach the port I sailed from, so long ago. If this be so, then we may know that all who lose will find, each ship will come to love and home, and all it left behind. Youth's golden shore lies on before, so gaily sail we on, for the port we reach at even is the port we leave at dawn. The harbor bar shines golden, O sweetness of the truth, we'll cross it o'er and come once more unto the shores of youth. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Gethsemane by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. O blessed Christ, O blessed Christ, the night is deep and long, and there is none to watch with me of all the careless throng. O blessed Christ, O blessed Christ, the world lies fast asleep. Think thou on dark Gethsemane, and count the tears I weep. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. My Friend by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. I have a friend, if you should ask why 'tis I love her well, indeed 'twould be a weighty task these reasons all to tell. First, she is good enough to see, a pretty face and kind, that somehow fairer is to me than others I can find. She has two lips with laughter filled, that hold not scorn nor sneer. She is a little bit self-willed, gangs her ain't gait I fear. She has two strong and supple hands, two bright and tender eyes. She has a heart that understands, she has a judgment wise. Her voice, at least to me, is fine. I like to lie and rest, and hear her reading, line by line, the poems I love best. No jealousy, no trace of spite, is in her nature strong. She is so loyal to the right, so gentle with the wrong. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Prodigal by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. They sat alone by the fireside, a couple old and grey, brooding over a sorrow keen at the close of a winter's day. The woman spake to the man at length, tenderly, wistfully. The pillar of fire still guides by night, the cloud still guides by day. If you would but take the ills of life, the losses, the sorrow vain, to the one whose ear is open to hear each cry of pain. You are thinking now of Willie, the boy we loved so well, and who left his home to wander, whither, ah, who can tell? His room stands just as he left it. I go upstairs each day, and smooth the pillows with my hands, and for my darling pray. He may not have, sometimes my heart grows fairly sick with dread, in cold or storm or in sickness, a place to lay his head. My heart would break did I not know the Father of us all stoops down to make my sorrow less, counts all the tears that fall. You will not turn where comfort lies, towards him you will not move. O husband, give the Lord your heart, prove his faithful love. If I had sought the Lord, said he, when youth and strength were mine, I might have had to cheer me now as dear a faith as thine. But God is just, his laws so stern, I've broken year by year. God is a judge, I feel that now, just holy and severe. I scorn to seek him after all the years I've walked in sin. 'Tis too near to life's ending now for me to just begin. My heart lies heavy in my breast, but I must bear my load. My pride has kept me all along a sad and dreary road. Yes, I am thinking, wife, of Willie, the boy who went away. Thoughts of him fill the heart of me when comes this time o' day. I watch you praying for his soul, a light in your dear ee. Methinks a soul from heaven itself might well come back to see. But I cannot pray at all, the words they will not come. My soul rebels and will not bow, my boy is far from home. My lad I was so proud of, though often I was stern. Wilful was he, but ah, to-night for his presence I yearn. There's a step on the walk outside, trembling hands at the door, and some one is kneeling by them, sobbing out o'er and o'er. Father, your prodigal has come, unworthy of your name, broken in spirit, buffeted, baptized with bitter shame. But say forgiven, and lay your hand on me the old way. Pride kept me long from you, but I had to come home to-day. Such a welcome he got from them, the old love changeth not. Faithful to death, unswerving, miracles hath it wrought. The father turned a glowing face, and whispered, let us pray. My pride has kept me long from God, but I'll go home to-day. And then with firelight shining, leaving his heavy load, a prodigal old and hoary came trembling back to God. He knew the truth, deep as the sea, high as the heaven above, knew that the fatherhood of God was made and crowned with love. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. At Quebec by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Quebec, the grey old city on the hill, lies with a golden glory on her head, dreaming throughout this hour so fair, so still, of other days and all her mighty dead. The white doves perch upon the cannons grim, the flowers bloom where once did run a tide of crimson, when the moon rose pale and dim above the battlefield so grim and wide. Methinks within her wakes a mighty glow of pride, of tenderness, her stirring past, the strife, the valor of the long ago, feels at her heartstrings, strong and tall and vast. She lies, touched with the sunset's golden grace, a wondrous softness on her gray old face. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Tea-Kettle's Tune by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. I like to hear the kettle sing at this time of the day. Such cheery thoughts it seems to bring. All worries flee away. Now spread your tablecloth so white. It tells me as I wait. Come bustle round, it's almost night. The goodman's at the gate. Long time ago it heard John say some foolish lover things. And do you know that to this day they're in the song it sings? It caught the gladness in my tone when baby Grace arrived, my pride when Jim first stood alone, my joy when Robbie thrived. All this was such a while ago, you'd think it would forget, but ah the tune, I love it so, it sings me sometimes yet. When I was vexed with John last night, and sat here full of pride, it sang away with all its might, and shamed me till I cried. 'Tis humming now, come broil the ham, or supper will be late. Put on the biscuits and the jam, your goodman's at the gate. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Creed of Love by Jean Blewett, read for LibriVox.org by Ezwa, in Belgium, in August 2017. I have a creed. I'll tell it you since you have asked me to define on what I build my hopes of heaven. My creed? Yes, I can call it mine, since it belongs to every soul that reaches upward toward the light and trusts in Christ for guidance sure and strength and will to do the right. You'll find it written down, my friend, in that old book upon the shelf. 'Tis, love the Lord with all thine heart, and love thy neighbor as thyself. Not quite enough? 'Twas counted so by one who walked by Galilee. His creed of love to God and man is quite enough for you and me. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
In the Clover-Field by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. The air is sweet as sweet can be, the azure sky spreads smoothly over, and rest and joy keep company in this wide field of sun-kissed clover. Among the heavy heads of pink, the avaricious bees are straying, a glad full-throated bobolink his highest note is now essaying. The earth is holding on her breast the sweetest flowers of all her growing. The white clouds float from out the west, a soft delicious wind is blowing. Oh, life is good on such a day, the blue sky bending smoothly over, for neither care nor cross will stay in this wide field of sun-kissed clover. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Lullaby by Jean Blewett, sung for LibriVox.org by Ezwa, in Belgium, in August 2017. Going off to sleep on Mama's breast, hush-a-bye, baby boy. is the baby Mama loves best. Hush-a-bye, baby boy. Rosy cheeks have been kissed by the sun. Hush-a-bye, baby boy. He's so tired chasing after fun. Hush-a-bye, baby boy. Pretty white nighty, isn't he sweet? Hush-a-bye, baby boy. Reaching right from his chin to his feet. Hush-a-bye, baby boy. Never mind staring up at the sky. Hush-a-bye, baby boy. The stars will wink at you by and by. Hush-a-bye, baby boy. Fast asleep on his mama's breast. Hush-a-bye, baby boy. Put him down in his little white nest. Hush-a-bye, baby boy.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Sunset Talk by Jean Blewett, read for LibriVox.org by AlexandraWilhelmina. How sweet the pink flush there in the west, with golden bars. Let us sit a space. I want to talk to you as we rest. Sit where my eyes can dwell on your face. I have been thinking of you today. You smile as you listen. Is there an hour I'm not in her thoughts? I hear you say, look at that butterfly hid in a flower. Yes, I have been thinking all day long, for the fancy came, and it will not go, that if I were to die, I am strong. This only a fancy of mine, you know, only a fancy. You take my breath away with your passionate kisses. People die, and happiness is no bar to death, or we need never fear him, you nor I. Only a fancy, so don't look so grave. We'll be together for years to come. But listen, would you be good and brave if death, God's reaper, came into our home? Would you remember the full glad years, and remembering them, forget to weep? We have been happy, no need for tears. If one of us, dear one, should fall asleep, living without me would break your heart. Oh, sorrow of joys remembered, you cry. Keep all the brightness, though far apart. Explain my meaning. Well, dear, I will try. One summer morning I heard a lark singing to heaven, a sweet-throated bird. One winter night I was glad in the dark, because of the glorious song I had heard. The joy of my life, I've heard you say, with her love and laughter, her smiles and tears. Let these be the lark's song, sweet and gay, that will sound in your heart through all the years. For tell me, dear one, what is love worth if it cannot crowd in the time that's given to two like us on this grey old earth, such bliss as will last till we reach heaven. So if I should die, just bend your head and kiss my lips as I lay at rest. Whisper, I love you living or dead, always and ever I love you best. Why talk of it now, a woman's whim? We are whimsical creatures, as you know. Look yonder, the twilight soft and dim comes hurrying over the world below. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Truth Upon Honor by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Pa's brother is a bachelor, but not a crusty one. He's got the very nicest home and lives there all alone. At Christmas time he buys me up most everything I want, because I look, so people say, just like my pretty aunt. She's just as nice as she can be, and long, long time ago, Pa's brother was, or tried to be, this same Aunt Jessie's beau. For once I heard Pa say to Ma, your sister was to blame. Then Ma, she flared right up and said, she did right just the same. Your brother, stubborn fellow, he would break a woman's heart. I tell you I was glad, for one they thought it best to part. I thought of this the other day, when our relations came to eat the Christmas turkey, and more things than I could name. For Aunt's face got as red as fire when Uncle Ned came in. Peace and goodwill at Christmas time, said Pa, with such a grin. I wish, said I to brother Tom, they'd have a wedding day. What is the good of two nice folks sulking around this way? I'd be a bridesmaid for them, Tom, and wouldn't that be fun? Then we'd go there for holidays as soon as school was done. Don't you believe such stuff of him, said brother Tom to me. Why, everyone that falls in love is silly as can be. Put all their good clothes on at once, strut round and show off so. The folks that have to live with them get sick of it, you know. Show, don't tell up such stuff as that about our Uncle Ned. If you don't mind your P's and Q's, I'll tell him what you said. But I found out that I was right. I'll tell you how it came. Truth upon honor we did play. It's just a lovely game. You ask the queerest questions, and they answer out quite free. And if they tell what isn't true, it's wicked, don't you see? Tom asked me was I awful mad. He can be dreadful mean, when a great deal prettier hat than mine went by on Maple Green. I had to tell, but never mind, I paid him back again. I made him own he copied sums from clever Cousin Ben. Aunt Jess she laughed, and Uncle Ned said 'twas a jolly game. He changed his tune, though pretty quick, when round his own turn came. Now tell the truth, I said to him, not maybe or I guess. Ain't you just heaps and heaps in love with our dear Auntie Jess? At first he scowled at Tom and me as mad as any hoe. And Tom he laughed and said, own up, you used to be her beau. At this he looked and looked at her, and thought her nice I guess. For right out quick he said, it's true, I love your dear Aunt Jess. We clapped our hands, now 'tis your turn to question Auntie here. But if he didn't, mean old thing, just whisper in her ear. Said she, this is a pretty game, which everyone should know. I wish we played it, dear, he said, a long, long time ago. Then I winked hard at brother Tom, and he winked back at me, and we snaked off and left them there as jolly as could be. I know a thing that I won't tell, not to Tom anyway. I'll be a bridesmaid all so fine before next Christmas Day. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Elspeth's Daughter-in-Law by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. I don't know what spell came over us, that's over father and me, but two silly things we must have been, to let the boy have his way. But Sammy was all the boy we had, and he grew so big and tall. We had no girl, I didn't mind that, for I don't care for girls at all. And that great fellow, 6 feet I know, and an arm I couldn't span, was handsome. I may as well own up that I like a handsome man. Now father declares the trouble came to fill our life to the brim. By reason of Sam's good looks, he thinks the boy should look just like him. Now that I'd hurt his pride for the world, but I'd feel most awful bad to see father's features one by one, showing up on our lad. Sam got to college all right enough. When he came home, I declare, he told me about wonderful things he'd had to learn while up there. He showed me gloves all padded out, the cap and the scanty trews, and the mask of wire that hid his face, the day that they beat the Blues. I had my doubts about Sammy too, for fear 'twould spoil the lad. A widow Dobbs kept throwing out hints that he was going to the bad. She's awful quick with her nods and winks, and a body can't forget. Why, she made me do a thing one day that I'm mortal shamed of yet. She'd been telling up a big long yarn of boys' deceit and of things that mothers discover unawares, and get just desperate stings. It vexed me so much that up I went and opened our Sammy's trunk, though if he had come and caught me there, well, I know I should have sunk. I searched through all that big pile of stuff, and I tried each little key, but there was nothing in that big trunk that his mother daren't see. Then I went over to Widow Dobbs, and we had a little spat. My boy was hiding nothing from me, thank God for a boy like that. But I must tell you about his wife. You see, we had always planned that he'd marry Eliza Jane Jones. She owns a good bit of land. She isn't good looking, I'll own up, but in all your mortal life you never saw a better nor thriftier farmer's wife. 'Twas a shock, I'll tell you, when he wrote. Father said I was to blame, that he'd bring a bride from the city. Daisy, he said, was her name. Well, I'll never forget how I felt when I first saw Sammy's wife. I shook hands. I couldn't have kissed her had it been to save my life. You see, I'd thought of the work, plenty to do I can tell, and I thought when Sammy's wife came home that I'd try a shirking spell. And when I saw her my heart was full of vexation and surprise. I thought of hearty Eliza Jane Jones till the tears came in my eyes. She looked like a picture standing there, a smoothing her soft hair down. It made me feel hateful just to know I was homely, old, and brown. It vexed me just to look at her hands, so dimpled and soft and white. I took Mr. Sammy to my room, and told him it wasn't right. She is no worker, I said to him, and drones are bad in a hive. He laughed. Oh, we are a sleepy lot. Daisy will keep us alive. I know how 'twill be, I said to him. She'll want new things every day, in machinery to do up the work, in the quick new-fangled way. But I won't have it, I said to him. I have my way of going, and it's girls that can't do anything that want to do the showing. He took it good, thinks I to myself. I'll finish while I'm in it. There's one thing, Sammy, I've never done, and I'm old now to begin it. I'm old to wait on your lady wife, and stick to it day by day, and listen to high-falutin talk, and feel I'm just in the way. And another thing, I said to him, then stopped and got red and hot. You needn't think your babies I'll mind, because I'll tell you I'll not. I wish you could have heard the boy laugh. He shook the things on the shelf. The dear little Sammy shan't be bust. He said, I'll mind 'em myself. All this talk I'll tell just to show what a fickle thing I am, and how little my words really meant when I said all this to Sam. It was only some 4 years ago, and stowed in the big back hall. There's machines for almost everything, leaning their backs to the wall. My daughter-in-law tends to it all, a good stout girl at her hand. If I say it myself, you can't find better kept house in the land. The books and papers and flowers seem part of her everyday life, and no doctor can tend to a sprain better than our Sammy's wife. Now I like to sit here in my chair, and watch her happy and free, and I like, yes, I'll own up, I like, baby to climb on my knee. Poor old father is sillier yet, a slave to the 3-year-old Jim. My, he grins and looks proud as can be, because the boy looks like him. Oh, we all have our worries, I know, we find each blemish and flaw, but there's one perfect thing in this world, Sam's wife, my daughter-in-law. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Cold Water by Jean Blewett, read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, B.C. My niece from Boston, Minerva Bleak, so learned they call her Madame, with all her ologies, French and Greek, with all the queer things she styles antique, came to see me and Adam. My brother he wrote before she came, a patient I send to you, just chase the cobwebs out of her brain, and make her happy and sweet again. Just now she's horribly blue. Blue, I cried, 'tis a serious thing, system all out of kilter. But Adam laughed when he saw me bring herbs I had gathered late in the spring to brew into a philter. I tell you it was a big surprise when I got a look at her. Blue, there was nothing blue but her eyes, they were as blue as the summer skies. Adam laughed, but no matter. She hadn't been there many weeks when I began to worry. A girl should have roses in her cheeks, should sing and laugh sometimes when she speaks, and not be sad and sorry. I knew what was wrong and told her so, studyin' and contrivin' over things she had no call to know, and quite neglectin' the life and glow that kept the soul a thrivin'. She had books on science, and books on art, and books on things still higher, wonderful things that gave you a start, but not a line or a word on the heart, full of its vain desire. Well, she'd been there a month, maybe more, 'twas drearful stormy weather. She'd just been telling me o'er and o'er quaint little stories she told before, as we sat there together. When Martha came showin' in young Blaine, most as tall as our ceilin', such a splendid fellow, good and plain, with no great beauty to make him vain, but lots of sense on feelin'. I introduced him all right, I know, I like him, so does Adam, but Minerva's face went white as snow, and he said, bowing his head just so, "We've met, have we not, madam?" A nice romance right under my nose, I watched it growin', along through the weeks of frosts and snows. Oh, I wasn't blind, you may suppose, and bitter north wind blowin'. For a man from Boston came along, such an elegant fellow, played the guitar, wore his hair quite long, talked to Minerva of art and song, in tones so soft and mellow. Before long I had my feelings stirred, and vowed he shouldn't have her. I listened long, but I never heard from his mouth one good, sensible word, nothing but rank palaver. And to watch that girl who seemed so wise, listening to all he told her, it made the tears come into my eyes, and my strong temper get on the rise. But when the man got bolder, and they talked together and agreed, God's word was but a fable, a good well written story indeed, why I got right up, as I had need. Stand this, I wasn't able. I told him he had better take his views where they were needed. Minerva said 'twas a great mistake, said sometimes her heart did fairly ache to know as much as he did. Then I got Minerva off alone. Ah, she was dear, the sinner. Said I, if old Satan gets this one, it won't be because I haven't done all that I could to win her. So I told her things tender and true, told her of love undying, told her of peace that my own soul knew, till pride died out of her eyes of blue, and she fell softly crying. You were a babe when your mother died, and I stood there beside you. Can you believe that your mother lied when she kissed your face? I said and cried, the Christ will keep and guide you, will bring my little one home to me, and gates of pearl were lifting. Your mother was very dear to me. Now on what big mysterious sea would you have her soul drifting? Next day there came through the bitter cold 2 offers, or what I suppose was, one in an envelope square and bold, the other all perfume white and gold, tied up in hothouse roses. They all went skating that afternoon down on the frozen river. When I think how they came back so soon, Minerva half drowned and in a swoon, it always makes me shiver. 'Twas all for the best, that bath so cold proved a boon and a blessin'. Down went Blaine after her, strong and bold, while safe to shore the other one rolled. Oh, 'twas a wholesome lesson. We sat there a happy crowd that night, though winter winds were blowin'. Minerva a little weak and white, her left hand hid in the preacher's right, her eyes all soft and glowin'. Would you believe it, the other came full of presumes and supposes. Hope nobody held he was to blame. I carried him down though just the same, his bunch of hothouse roses. He bowed himself off with such an air, not a bit overpowered, and Adam said everything was fair. And Adam said anything was fair with a man who went around with such hair, and proved himself a coward. My brother wrote to me yesterday, how did you cure my daughter? She's not the same girl that went away, but when I ask her she'll laugh and say, the cure, oh, just cold water. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Long Time Ago by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. There's been a fair in our nearest town, a wonderful show of new things, and Ebenezer and I went down just to see the folks and view things. I wore the bonnet I got last week, this stylish city-made bonnet, and was sorry I did after all, for the dust settled so upon it. I wouldn't have Ebenezer know, or parson for all creation, but I don't feel right unless I'm dressed in the very latest fashion. There's Sister Thompson, a good old maid, it's many a hint she's given. I'd feel more at home in Vanity Fair than I would in the courts of heaven. She vexes me with her saintly ways, I never need to try please her, and I can guess at the reason too, she wanted my Ebenezer. She's delicate, she said to him once, when he was at first my lover. No sort for a farmer lad to choose, sakes alive, there's nothing of her. She won't stand life's toil and turmoil long, she says of late so regretful. Well, she may get Ebenezer yet, for all men are so forgetful. But never mind, I went to the fair, I wish, my dear, you had been there, for I know you would never forget such pretty sights as were seen there. Now since I saw the marvel myself, I know you'll surely believe it. They're foolin' round with the lightning grim, have made a plan to deceive it. Just think of taking some bits of steel, and a rod that's far from pliant, to put on the roof of a house or barn, that it can glare round defiant. Ebenezer fancied it, I know, and wanted to make the bargain, but kind of dreaded what I would say, and also good Elder Largan. 'Twould be right pleasant, he said to me, when the storm was at its labours, to have something standing up like that, to scare it off of the neighbours. Ebenezer, I said, very sharp, for I didn't like his spirit. God holds all the lightning in his hand, then why should his children fear it? You just let that precious thing alone, let it alone, Ebenezer, and if we're stuck when the lightning comes, why never mind Ebenezer. Then there were machines for everything, but I would feel like a ninny, setting all day on a cushioned chair, spinning rolls on that queer jinny. They wanted to sell me one right off, I shook my head, not at present. I'll do my work in the good old way, though it isn't quite so pleasant. I've done my share of the big farm's work, spinning and weaving and baking, though sometimes only the good Lord knows how my back and legs are aching. And whatever Sister Thompson says, she can't make fun of my working, and if I like fashion most too well, 'tisn't the fashion of shirking. There's awful smart people in the world, you'd think so if you had been there, such signs and wonders on every hand at the fair was to be seen, dear. And I wore my very newest things, maybe I shouldn't have done it, but truth is truth and I'll own right up, I look quite nice in this bonnet. I wouldn't have Ebenezer know, or Parson for all creation, but I don't feel right unless I'm dressed in the very latest fashion. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Meanest Man by Jean Blewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Tell you why I never got married? I'd as lief as not, Sarah Ann. I'd never but once got an offer, and then, well, he wasn't the man. Tell the story, yes, if you wish it. You cannot remember, I know, when the widow Wemp and her youngster moved in the old cottage below. That spring was as backward as could be, the nights and the days were so cold, not a bird had a bit of a song, but the robins saucy and bold. Did you ever try to be kind to a kitten that scarcely could stand, half starved or half drowned or half frozen, yet it flies from your outstretched hand? Well, 'twas just so with that little one, when I tried to get him one day, my heart kind of melted watching him, and his solemn unchildish play. A brand new idea but struck me, as I washed the dishes that night, I sauntered down to the cottage, with a basket not very light. Oh, but that was a comfortless room! The widow, so thin and white, was rocking the boy, and a dimness came over my eyes at the sight. I walked right up to her and kissed her. Says I, little woman, I know things haven't gone well with you lately, or you wouldn't look as you do. But says I, if a friend can help you, and ease up your trouble a mite, why, I'll just sit down here beside you, and we'll talk it over to-night. She took my two hands and she held them, the big tears ran down her pale cheek. Oh, I'm lonely, she cried, and foolish. Says I, you are worn out and weak. What has this to do with my offer? Be patient, dear Sarah Ann. If you'd listened a minute longer, you'd have caught a glimpse of the man. For right there, all creaking and groaning, beneath some rough limbs meant for wood, in front of the door of the cottage, old Abner Green's big wagon stood. And Abner came in without knocking, a nodding to her and to me. What, two of us here, well, there's nothin' like havin' good neighbors, said he. Now I've heard you're amazing poor missus, and I reckon it must be true. Speak out to us fully and freely, it may be I can help you through. She told him. I sat there and listened to a story of hopes and fears, of poverty, sorrow, and heartbreak, till I scarce could see for the tears. She talked of the home of her childhood, of parents and friends kind and true, of seasons o'erflowing with pleasure, of skies that were cloudless and blue, of the meadows so fragrant with clover, with bees in its down drooped head, of the noisy stream rushing onward, away to its pebble-lined bed, of the homely affection abounding, the work that was duty's sweet call, of the church that stood on the hillside, of the graves, the end of it all. I'm waiting, her voice broke a little, for one perfect summer to come, not the stifling summers of cities, but one of the summers of home. And before the frost touches the flowers, here she held the boy to her breast. I'll be sleeping too soundly to care, and this dear one, ah, God knows best. Now I'm not soft-hearted as some folks, but an old catch came in my breath. She seemed such a lone little creature, with nothing to wait for but death. But Abner he rose up and buttoned his greatcoat and smiled so benign. Missus, he said, I've brought you some wood. There's no kinder heart, than mine. Them limbs may be just a little tough, but no fire is tougher, I guess. Don't thank me, I know what you mean now, and feeling are hard to express. Perhaps I've a penny about me to give to that boy that's asleep. Don't let him be foolish at spendin', but teach him to hold and to keep. There's likely some things at the house too, I can either send up or bring. Don't thank me you're poor but you're honest, you can work it out in the spring. I'm not so well grounded as some folks, and I took a tumble from grace, to talk of her walking to pay him, and death in her pretty young face. He followed me out as I started, my head pretty high down the lane, but just as I came to the thorn hedge, he caught up and said, now Jane, I've something special to tell you, you needn't go hurrying through. Say I'm thinking of marrying Jane, and the lucky woman is you. Yes, I might have found one much younger, if I had gone lookin' around, but you can keep house, little woman, with the best of them I'll be bound. Looks shan't count when I hunt a woman, say I to myself long ago, that she's savin' and strong and hearty, is all that I hanker to know. I'll tell you what, Jane, such a bargain won't travel your road every day. I fix my affections right on you. When shall it be? What do you say? We're both of us steady and honest. We've both got a fair share of pelf. I've looked quite a while for a woman who thinks just about like myself. I gasped, Sarah Ann, for a minute. Was never so shamed in my life. And old Abner Green stood there leering, quite certain that I'd be his wife. Do I look so anxious to marry? Said I with lips scornfully curled, that you really think I'd go partners with the meanest man in the world. So you've waited to find you a wife, with a mind like your own, you say, but you'll not find one so mean as that, if you wait till the judgment day. Then I turned me about and left him, staring up at the silent stars, but I fancied I caught some swear words, as I hurried over the bars. Sarah Ann, that's all the offer this Aunt Jane of yours ever had. 'Tis as well I'm content to live here with my own little bright-eyed lad. Yes, his mother died in the springtime. Here he comes with his hair all curled, and face like a peach. Now isn't he the loveliest thing in the world? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. End of Heart Songs by Jean Blewett.